Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all of the participants. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this morning session of InnoTech Forum, centered on the digital transformation for enhanced organization and customer experience. First of all, if everything is digital, I will read from my phone all of the sponsors because I was kindly asked to stress the importance of the partners and sponsors. Without them, this event couldn't be possible. So, the Golden Juggernaut InnoTech Forum is supported by a diverse group of sponsors and partners, each contributing to the event's success in alignment with its mission to promote innovation, education, technology, and business development. The strategic partners are United States Agency for International Development, Sweden International Development Cooperation Agency, UK Aid, Ukraine Moldova America Enterprise Fund, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Moldova. The VIP sponsors are Zikr Moldova, Flagman D. The gold partners are Technical University of Moldova, Aleco Rousseau State University of Belsusarb, National Center for Sustainable Energy, Dan Aero, Biz Smorai Production, Inco Academy, Working Technology, Moldova IT Park, the organizational development of the SMEs, of entrepreneurship, Startup Moldova, Moldovan Technology Transfer Network, Global Entrepreneurship Week. The gift sponsor are Draxelmaier, Nordica, Technovators. And now let's begin with the partners. National Polytechnic University of Armenia, Moldova State University, Maybe Coffee, Vonasdor State University, Armenia, John Argo Assistant, Ecodome, Fox KO Commerce, AIM Go Sharing, Global Fintech Innovation Program, in Moldova Digital Innovation Hub of Moldova, the Association of the Development of Electronic Communication and Information Technologies, Toreco, GuardMe, Datina, Admiral Travel Moldova, A Priori Wine, HitFM Moldova, Energy Fabric. I want to say that all these organizations play a crucial role in the forum's mission to foster innovation and collaboration across region. I hope I didn't miss anyone. If a sponsor that I miss, just please correct me and say me that you won't be present here in this list. So, my name is Vitaly Morara and I am the head of National Horizon Europe Office in the Republic of Moldova, and I am very thrilled to be moderating today's sessions, which brings together some of the brightest minds to discuss how digital transformation can shape the future of the organizations. As a person which is deeply involved in fostering innovation and collaboration between academia, industry and government, I've seen from the first hand how transformative digital tools can be. In my role, as a head of the office, I want to say that I'm working with the stakeholders which wants to apply to the Horizon Europe program for unlocking those opportunities, ensuring that Moldova's active participators in cutting-edge research and innovation projects. And let me tell you, this isn't just about adopting new technologies. It's about creating culture, innovation, and empowering people and driving meaningful change. That's what today's session is all about. Digital transformation is not about a buzzword. It's a necessity. It's the force that ensures organizations remain competitive, resilient, and relevant in a rapidly changing world. Just try to think about it. In today's landscape, where a single viral post can make or break a business, staying analog is like showing up to a Formula One race with a bicycle. While there is a chance in this simplicity, you are unlikely to reach the finish line in one piece or at all. This session is dedicated to exploring how organizations can not only embrace digital tools but use them strategically to improve their operational efficiency and enhance the customer experience and future-proof of their workforces. So we have here an exciting lineup of speakers today, and each of them are bringing their unique expertise to the table. So, Natalia Beregoi, I want to greet her. She's a consultant in transformation services at the European Broadcasting Union in Switzerland. Will start us off by discussing how to implement learning into organization transformation and continuous improvement. Natalia actually is the change architect. She's helping organizations build learning ecosystem that evolve with their needs. So just applause her, and I'll give her the floor. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for this warm welcome. I'm so happy to be here and to be invited to this amazing forum and to tell you from my experience. Shortly, I've been working many years for a public broadcaster here in Moldova. I have experience working in academia. I'm still teaching, and now for more than 1 year and a half I am providing consultancy to the European Broadcasting Union members. Just shortly to tell you what actually we do and what is the purpose or the mission of the European Broadcasting Union. So it's an organization, it's an umbrella organization for all the public broadcasters within Europe and even Australia, Canada, Japan and the Middle East. We help our members, all the broadcasters, media companies, to develop and to stay on the surface in this, let's say, very quickly developing world. Now, recently, we developed our consultancy project, and we started to provide consultancies to our members. So actually, we offer hands-on consultancy, but also we go there as peers, as friends, not as just consultants. And we focus on different areas. At the beginning, we started to provide consultancy on digital transformation, but it was more like digitalization than digital transformation. But then, going through all these processes, we realized that digital is everywhere digital, and transformation is more about people than technology. So now we provide consultancy to different areas, and more companies, media companies, need tailored support. So here are the activities that we've done with our members. So these are the logos of our members across Europe, all our media. It does not depend TV, radio or online. So these are our members, and we started to give more and more tailored support. So you can see here Susține Ukraine. It's a media company in Ukraine, and despite the problem and conflicts inside, the situation that you are aware of it, this company continues to develop, and they want to introduce and to follow the diversity, equity and inclusion principles, and also they want to develop educational content, which is very good for a media company. So when we go to our companies, to our members, we develop the framework, because media companies is very complex, and it's not only creating the content, but also the mission of public broadcasters is to bring value and contribution to the society. So we developed this framework. You'll take a look, and this framework was developed 5 years ago. And if you go, you'll see their skills, talent, organizational, cultural change. But as I told you recently, because everything is digital now and transformation is more about people, we will change a little bit. There will be the version number 2, where in the center of the framework will be people, culture, and everything that is related to the people. So these are the reports, the reviews that we've done. Here you can see big companies, media company, for example, from Dutch Public Service Media, from NPO. It's a company of 3,000 employees. And for example, we went to Luxembourg, it's only 60. So we've been to different members and we help them to assess the current state of the change process. So, in all these reports, reviews, there are always a chapter regarding learning and development. There is no way that you want to transform a company without learning. And from all these reports, all these reviews, these are the recommendations regarding learning and development. These are the human equation, people equation in the transformation. So, the biggest problem, or one of the biggest problems, is to align the learning, the upskilling, skilling with the organizational goals, which actually it's very nice and simple on the paper, but when you go and when you start to work with the people, there is totally different story. People are people everywhere. Adults don't want to learn. Maybe you know about this, but I can just emphasize from my experience, it's more complicated to teach adults than students or kids. But there is space for improvement. One other aspect that we noticed that it's not only everything related to teach and to upskill your staff, but it's just them to change their perspective or approach to a continuous learning. Because, for example, media companies, technology is going ahead of the regulations or the people development. So you always have to be on stage. I mean, on stage, like, be in front of everyone, and to provide value and content, not only for entertainment, because now, of course, media is everywhere. You got people, you can create content and you can broadcast, you can share on the social media, or you even can have a digital platform of your own. But I'm talking now about the companies which use broadcast TV, radio, but then at a certain point they realize that there is a competition in this field coming from the users, coming from the public. So this is for us, let's say, an animation how learning look within transformation. So if you see, these clouds are actually the challenges, the plane that is, above of the, or it's above the clouds, which means that the company, the processes in the company should not stop. Now you have to follow, you have to continue your processes, you have to continue to work. And then there is a damage, a wing, that it should be solved, but you don't have time. You don't have time. So this is learning within transformation. You transform, you learn, transform. So, but of course, these people are very happy. They have happy faces, but in reality, it's not like this. I want to tell you an example, a story of a company that we went and we helped in consultancy. So this company is a media company in Switzerland, but in Switzerland, let's say the media landscape is different. They have different media companies, broadcasters for regions, and they have 4 regions: German, French, and they have for Italians and also English. So this is RTS. They provide all the content in French. So, look, yes, they have a very good market share for this company, but they employ 2,200 employees, and they also have a lot of products. They have a couple of TV stations, channels, radio channels, and they have digital platforms for kids, for fun, for culture. So there are a lot of services and products that they have to develop and maintain. And even the building is quite big. So, in 2019, just before COVID, we went there and we did the review. Review because they wanted to become digital first. So in media, just open the brakes. According to the law, we had to broadcast the news, the content, first on TV. So this was most according to the law. Then go digital, then post on the platform, then post on social media. But also it's not only changing the platforms of broadcasting, but it's also needed to change the mindset of the people. Because in TV and radio journalists who have been used to work in this way are not willing to change and are not willing to give their content to be broadcasted firstly on digital, because they would want to be it on firstly on TV. But as we all know, that TV now loses some, let's say, audiences, and now we are no more on digital. Even you, I suppose, all now we are on our phones, mobile, or tablets, but not as much as we have been used to be in front of the TV. So now TV, most of for us in our houses are just a monitor for watching even YouTube or Netflix. Yeah. So this company, RTS, we've been there, we did the review report, and I'm just here showing you that there were a chapter regarding skills and talent management. The company was well in this matter. They had a program of reskilling of the staff. They had a vision for 2025. They called it Vision Travel, work vision. Everything was good on the paper. Everything. Perfect. But when we started to help them, and they just asked us to go and to help them developing the digital mindset for their staff. And we started with cross-functional teams. What does it mean? In media, most of the times people were working on their profession, based on their profession. So if it is a reporter, there is a department of reporters. If it's a producing, it's the department that is related to the production of the content. Now with this cross-functional team, the team would be formed based on a project, on a topic, on a problem to solve. So, but this includes that you have to create teams with the people from different departments who, as usual, will not work together because they used to work in only their teams. So we went there, we helped them, we developed workshops, we developed some skills, and we tried to cultivate a mindset from function-centric to audience-centric. Because how it was before? Before it was journalist creates a content, and content is broadcast. Now it's not this way. Audience is, let's say, the king or the client that who tells you what they want to watch or hear. So it's all about now about being audience-centric. And while we were doing the workshops, one of the participants said, look, we are learning here, we want to become better, we want to develop ourselves, we want to have skills, but when we will go all to board of managers, they'll say no. As it's, I mean, sometimes it's typically to big companies when the board, the managers board, they maybe are more reluctant or maybe are more resistant to the change. It does not depend on the company, actually. And we changed our approach. And after that 6 months, it took 6 months to work with the board of directors and to develop the skills of digital skills for, I mean, at the executive level. What does mean digital? We haven't taught them how to program or, I mean, everything that related to the software, because they are directors. They have their stuff to do, so they will not go and study something now new that they would not want to do. But it was about developing the digital mindset, them to realize that now it's digital, and even you create an app for the mobile. The app should be mobile friendly, not just the same as in the platform. It took 6 months, but we managed. We managed to develop the digital literacy of these people. We helped them to develop KPIs and North Star framework, because you can develop your company in different ways, but you know, to have everyone on the same page, you need to develop a North Star approach, which is very funny because everyone wants the company to be good, to develop well, but when it comes to, let's say, to phrase only one sentence that you will say to others, to your clients, which is your North Star? Now you think about your companies. Which is your North Star? Where do you want to, what do you want to achieve? Where do you want to go? So here, I have some photos from our processes. So yes, we managed, we helped them, and we bridged roles and integrated cultural approach. So in our work, we use this pyramid to explain how to adapt workforce for transformation, because the easiest and with less resources are upskilling. Then come retraining and recruiting is the most expensive, say, level of adapting workforce for transformation. It's easier when you have your staff and you upskill. Of course, if you have some staff that are able and capable of being upskilled. So here are the learnings from our work with organization regarding learnings. When you do the upskilling of the staff, actually you should understand that it's about identity change. Because at the beginning, if the person is a reporter or producer or, even in administration, this is his or her identity. He would relate to it. So it's simple when you say that I'll upskill you, I'll retrain you, and you will do more and better and easier, and you'll be happy, and maybe once you'll become a manager. But no, we should not forget about changing the identity of that person. And also to foster belonging, because we belong to the, let's say, to the team, to the department. At the beginning we started our career, and then also, and you can relate to this. Think about your first job. Think about your first team which you liked, and you come back to that. So like a feeling of belonging to what you were used. And we should not forget about self-perception, because now, at the end, who I am. Am I a teacher, as I told you that I'm teaching at university? Am I a consultant? Am I an international specialist? Who knows, Who knows? So So I like this statement very much. That's why I included it here. So everything else will become obsolete over time. We should learn. Now, first time in the history, we have alive 7 generations. 7 alive. And a workforce of 5 generations. Yes, I can tell, 5 generations. There are still builders who are providing consultancy. We have owners, we have Gen X, Y, Z. So, and imagine now, all these generations are working in the same team. So even you are helping them to learn from each other. It's not so easy, because a boomer will learn in a different pace than a Gen X. And it's very important to help them to work together and not against each other, which is happening most of the times. So, insights, here are some insights of learning role in transformation. When we talk with the people, the head of academies inside the media organization, all of them say that it's not easy. It's not easy to invite your colleagues to learn a new skill or to learn something, even for change, and always they need influential skills. I went through this. I also have been head of training center, and I know how hard it is to invite your colleagues to the new trainings. Nobody has time. Nobody needs this. It's not the perfect moment. So yeah, it's complicated, but we have to do it. And also learning. This I wanted to emphasize. Learning amplifies connection and purpose. When I was inviting my colleagues, journalists, to come to these sessions, they were reluctant at the beginning, but they were happy at the end, always. And they made connections and they become friends after all this, after 2 or 3 days being in the same room and learning something. And at the end, 50% of the people, they started to get to know each other better. Even they work in the neighbor offices for many years. They would not be so close after learning sessions. So this is good for organizational cultural development. And then, look, this is the stages how to embed learning into transformation. It might look simple, but it's a process. It's a process of stages. So yes, it's about initiating the learning, then defining and executing. But with executing, this is not the end. You have to scale and embed and to develop the lifelong learnings for your staff. When we go to our company's members, they say, oh, okay, yeah, we do the transformation, we include the learning, but then we show this. Do you do like this? Do you have a specific roadmap that include everything that you have to do? So, because gut feeling, it's good, but when you have this data, this plan, it's another story. So, but this road is just about to introduce structural learning. And also, it's about, at Carmody model, maybe you use them in planning learning. But all this can go to the roadmap of scaling and deepening learning. In media, every day brings a new innovation, technology, something new. Even audience behavior changes, maybe not daily, but monthly for sure. So media, we should not relax, we should not have our comfort zone. We have to work out of the comfort zone. So this is for scaling and deepening learning. And we should not forget about this Kirkpatrick model to measure learning effectiveness. So, most of the learning and development professionals, they incorporate learning into transformation, but sometimes they do not measure the effectiveness. They just create content. Okay, I created 3 new courses and I have uploaded them in our intranet and people can learn, but this is not the effectiveness of the learning. You have to see how many learned, how many passed the exam, and one big recommendation is not to create the content, but to create the skill. So this is a cite from Yuval Harari, and he said very well that we have to learn and we have to teach our kids the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Because as we've seen recently with the development of artificial intelligence, this will be the most valuable skills for the future. Now AI tools help us to become faster, more efficient, save time in a way, but at the same time we do not have more time. Now even we use AI tools. This is the paradox. We have now somebody to work for us, but we do not have more time. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe you have more time, spare time, and you spend with your family. So, 1,700 of learning and development professionals were asked which will be the top focus areas for 2024. So these are 1,700 companies. So first focus will be to align learning programs to business goals, which is actually transformation and upskilling employees. So learning should seize the day and lead the way. When we do these reviews, we've noticed that most of the people, who are head of trainings centers, they collect data, but they are not so trained to use the data. So our first recommendation is to lean into analytics. You have to be able to read the data, how many learned, how many didn't want to learn, and why, to find out why. So this is a skill that even us who are providing courses, we have to develop and build the right metrics. So we've seen that most of the companies are using vanity metrics. Easy number of the courses, satisfaction survey at the end, everyone is happy. Everyone is happy that the survey has only 3 questions and it does not take many minutes. But you have to develop specific business improvement measures that is, they are different to every kind of business, but you have to track the productivity of the employee, how much these courses help them, and what's about retention? Retention is it's a very good metric that can help us to understand that this is something wrong in the company. And polish your human skills for the age of AI. So we should not forget that we also have to learn, not only motivate others to learn. And these are skills that can help us. Presentational, problem solving, people management, because all the learnings are about people. And embrace the power of constant growth. We now cannot stop. And don't stop me now if there is a connection to a song, a very well song. So here is the kind of statement at the end. So when you do consultancy on the clients, if they cannot see the problems themselves, if they are reluctant and they are resistant to the change, then you can never help them. And no one can build the future together. Because learning at work is not merely a task, but a thread, a necessity that empowers people. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Natalia, for this very comprehensive and interesting presentation. You've clearly shown how the learning and transformation can go hand in hand. At this stage, I want to ask the audience if they have some questions to Natalia. Please use this opportunity in order to ask.
My name is Natalia, and I just wish to hear, just tell us for one example, one project that you implemented and it was implemented well, just one example. So the case that I've used with this company RTS with 2000, yes, we are happy that this example worked very well, but it took us 3 years and they are still contracting us to continue the development because they realize that even, you cannot stop, and for adult learning you have to continue learning, and with new stuff that is coming on board you should continue. And because this company is a little bit, let's say, specific due to nationality, due to the country which is, so these are people who are very nice to each other. People who live in Switzerland, they are very nice to each other. They will never tell you in face that it's something wrong, and they want to please everyone. So you'll never get to the point when somebody will say, no, we do not do this. So they need us, still need us to be not only the helpers, but also the way arbiters for there. So yes, we consider this case is a good case. But also we've been to Bulgarian television, where we provided also some trainings, and we helped them to develop. We helped them to improve their processes. So yes, for us it was really another success story.
So I have a question, but you'll try to be fast in 1 minute. Which are the tendencies at this stage in your domain and obstacles which you encounter? Thank you.
So it's about people, because people is the most important part in this equation for the transformation. So we do not talk anymore about digital transformation. For us, it's just transformation. And barriers is the same, are people. People who don't want to learn or just don't want to change, and for them to go out from their comfort zone is very, very hard. So these are. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Natalia. Right now, our next speaker is Adrian Shevchuk, which is a digital transformation specialist who has dedicated his career to leveraging the data and technology to drive innovation. Adrian's expertise lies in remaining the role of data in businesses and helping organizations to unlock new opportunities in a world that is increasingly centered around the information. So Adrian, you have the floor.
Bună ziua tuturor! Cum s-a menționat, mă numesc Adrian, sunt specialist în transformare digitală. Am o experiență, dacă să luăm așa, combinată din companii IT și non-IT și cumva asta mi-a permis să văd lucrurile un pic diferite, că ai fi doar din domeniul IT, și aș vrea să vorbesc despre un subiect interesant, despre de ce este nevoie de o nouă abordare în transformare digitală și, de fapt, o abordare pe pe date, pentru că asta cred că este viitorul, și încă un moment interesant, nu vom vorbi doar despre tehnologie în sine, dar vom încerca să arătăm că, de fapt, datele organizației poate fi unul din cele mai importante active pe care le are organizația la moment. Să începem. Cât de totul este în vogă, toți vorbim despre transformare digitală, digitalizare, dar realitatea ne arată că nu tot timpul investițiile în transformare digitală, în digitalizare, reduc din complexitate. De fapt, ea poate să o înmulțească și să o crească într-o organizație. Un studiu a demonstrat că 83% din companiile care sunt implicate într-un proces de transformare digitală au provocări majore în integrarea datelor și aproximativ 60% din bugetul IT este consumat de întregări și de menținanța ecosistemelor digitale. Pe parcursul prezentării mele am să vă spun o istorioare despre un manager tradițional modern, despre Alexei. El ne va ajuta să înțelegem un pic mai bine subiectul nostru. Așa, un mic succint cuprins. Voi discuta despre de ce este nevoie o nouă abordare în transformare digitală. Vă voi prezenta istorioara lui Alex, care este un manager modern al zilelor de azi. Voi arăta diferența dintre application-centric și data-centric. Voi arăta beneficiile unei noi abordări, mă refer acum la data-centric, și voi arăta și un roadmap de transformare data-centrică. La final voi prezenta câteva studii de caz ca să înțelegeți cum asta poate fi realizat. Ok, haideți să vorbim despre Alex. Alex este un manager care este pus în fața provocărilor de zi cu zi care le întâlnește la job. El tot timpul este pus pe ideea de a crește, de a scala, de a aduce mai multă eficiență în cadrul organizației sale și, de fapt, el tot timpul se ciucnește cu ideea că, încercând să soluționeze probleme, aduce tot mai multe provocări în cadrul organizației sale. Ok. Alex, în cazul nostru, e un manager, ceva cu... s-a dus un pic cu textul, sorry. E un manager la o companie viticolă din Europa de Est. Este o companie medie care are succes, crește, dar în același timp are provocarea de a optimiza business procese și tot timpul când face aceste optimizări se gândește cum să introducă noi aplicații sau noi sisteme digitale în cadrul organizației sale și creând un oarecare un ecosistem digital. Dar în același timp întâmpină provocări că cresc costurile de infrastructură și de mentenanță a acestor ecosisteme digitale. De fapt, în același timp are și tendința și menirea de a păstra calitatea serviciilor și bunurilor pe care le realizează. Da? Haideți să înțelegem ce are Alex la moment. Alex la moment lucrează pe principiul de application-centric, adaugă aplicații în cadrul ecosistemului său digital în varianta clasică, dar cel mai interesant este că de fiecare dată când adaugă ceva, crește complexitatea organizației și crește complexitatea de a gestiona toate aceste aplicații și toate aceste sisteme. Practic, de fiecare dată noi obținem date izolate și fragmentate și Alex nu are capacitatea de a vedea tot timpul în ansamblu situația din cadrul organizației, pentru că datele nu sunt corect sau eficient folosite. Echipa IT a lui Alex este implicată practic mai mult în gestionarea acestor interacțiuni decât a aduce plus valoare companiei sale. Și practic crește semnificativ și costurile de integrare sau de mentenanță a acestei structuri digitale. Haideți să ne gândim de ce asta se întâmplă. Alex, ca oricare manager, are trei opțiuni la moment. Cum să aducă o soluție nouă în cadrul organizației. O construiește, sorry de text, mi s-a dus formatul un pic, o cumpără sau o ia în chirie. Da? Dar cel mai interesant că de fiecare dată când el aduce o soluție nouă în cadrul organizației sale, el la fel aduce și un model nou de date. Datele au o nouă structură. La fiecare aplicație, datele au o nouă structură. Ele sunt în silozurile sale. Silozurile mă refer la baza de date care o are aplicația în sine. Și noi vorbim de modelul application-centric. Aducând o nouă structură, aducând o nouă structură, el crește complexitatea în cadrul ecosistemului său digital. Adică el, în loc să el rezolvă problemele de business, dar în același timp începe a crește provocările în ecosistemul său digital. Haideți să gândim un pic cum este de fapt anatomia unei aplicații tradiționale. Probabil unii din voi cunosc, dar vreau să revizuim un pic. Avem un user interface prin intermediul care utilizatorii primesc date sau oferă date unui sistem. Avem o bază logică în care sunt rulate regulile de funcționare a acestui sistem și avem o bază de date în care sunt păstrate informațiile. Cel mai interesant este că, de fapt, business logica gestionează datele și datele devin captive. Ele devin ostatice aplicațiilor în sine. Noi nu putem direct să folosim toată valoarea datelor, pentru că doar codul aplicației decide cum este interpretată și folosite aceste date. Și, de fapt, datele devin ostile și, în cazul ăsta, devin fragmentate și izolate, în fiecare aplicație în parte. Ce avem noi la moment? Când încercăm să rezolvăm o problemă, noi încercăm să aducem o nouă soluție digitală. Aducând o nouă soluție digitală, încercăm să aducem noi cod. Aducând un nou cod, încercăm să facem noi integrări. Aducând noi integrări, facem mai multe complexitate și mai multe provocări noi. Practic, prin aceasta, noi, prin abordarea application centric, unde în centru este aplicația și datele sunt undeva izolate, noi creștem de sine stătător complexitatea mediului IT în cadrul organizației noastre. Aceasta ne face mai rigiți, ne face mai înceți, ne face mai, cumva, de fapt, aplicația va conduce cu datele organizației, dar nu business-ul conduce cu datele noastre. De fapt, noi suntem ostatici, practic, a aplicațiilor și a sistemelor pe care noi le avem în cadrul organizației. Pentru că, neoptimizându-le corect, noi suntem gestionați de ei. Mă refer la afaceri acum. Ok, ce avem noi de fapt? Avem un ecosistem digital izolat pe bază de silozuri, mă refer la application centric aici. Avem un sistem care nu poate eficient să transmite datele. Ele le transmit, dar nu tot timpul calitativ și de fiecare dată, dacă facem un update sau o modificare în unul din silozuri, trebuie să schimbăm o sumedenie de lucruri în tot sistemul nostru și asta face încă și mai ineficient. Nu avem o privire de ansamblu, avem multe fragmentare și izolare de date. Și datele noastre devin, iarăși mă repet, dar devin captive. Și echipa IT consumă mai mult timp pentru a menține toată această infrastructură decât a aduce valoare semnificativă de companiei noastre. Așa că ce obținem noi? Obținem o criză de model. De fapt, o criză de model de date. Pentru fiecare aplicație, cum v-am spus, aduce un model nou. În unele situații, în unele organizații poate fi sute de modele, dar în unele poate fi și mii de modele. Și toate aceste crize de modele, de fapt, cresc semnificativ costurile de întreținere a departamentelor sau ecosistemelor digitale. Încercând să soluționăm prin metodă tradițională o provocare din cadrul unei organizații, noi, de fapt, singur nouă ne complicăm și creștem complexitatea digitală. Și în cazul ăsta, ce avem? Silozuri, avem costuri mărite, 30-70% din bugetul IT pe întreținerea acestor ecosisteme digitale. Suntem inflexibili pentru că sistemele vechi mai greu sunt adaptate la noile tehnologii, aceleși integrări cu AI, RPA-uri sau alte tehnologii moderne, din cauza că nu avem adaptat ecosistemul nostru digital și noi pierdem oportunități, pentru că noi nu putem să ne adaptăm rapid la noile provocări și noile oportunități de piață. Aici arătăm aplicația care este în centru și de fapt ține captivă datele organizației și datele nu pot fi folosite într-un mod util și eficient. Și asta ne duce spre ideea că de fapt trebuie să schimbăm abordarea noastră. Noi trebuie să punem datele organizației și să scoatem la maxim valoare din ele și să punem datele în centru și ele să gestioneze de fapt și să se coordoneze cum funcționează, de fapt să aducă și mai multă valoare pentru organizația noastră. În cazul ăsta, datele sunt în centrul ecosistemului nostru digital. Și am să arăt în concurs cum asta poate să ne ajute. Ok, unii din voi ar putea să mă întrebe, Adrian, noi suntem companii non-IT, ce ne trebuie nouă tot lucrurile astea sofisticate, digitale, medoni digitale, dar realitatea este că, de fapt, companiile non-IT au devenit companii hibride. Companiile noastre deja nu mai pot fi companii clasice non-IT. De fapt, elementul digital devine tot mai important în mediul nostru și, de fapt, companiile trebuie să se gândească ca o companie digitală. Și asta presupune că trebuie să aibă și abordări ca o companie IT. Acum, ați spune că asta ar presupune niște riscuri, da? Eu am dat aici niște citate, unul de la Satya Nadella, de la CEO Microsoft, care spune că trebuie să gândim ca o companie digitală. Și a doilea citat este interesant de la Jeff Bezos, de la fondatorul Amazon, care spune că este periculos să nu evoluați, dar cel mai mare risc este să nu luați niciun risc. Modelul sigur de a merge spre eșec este de a nu-ți lua niciun risc. Așa că nu trebuie să vă fie frică de a face careva schimbare în cadrul organizației, clar că trebuie să faceți asta conștient și cu ajutorul unor specialiști, dar soluții sunt. Ok, până acum am vorbit despre ce avem acum la moment și haideți să ne gândim cum am putea asta soluționa. Da? Care ar fi, de fapt, soluția de a scoate toată această complexitate din cadrul organizației noastre? Sau cel puțin să o simplificăm. Vorbim despre data-centric. În mine total s-a dus textul, sorry. Ok. Vreau să-l scot în evidență pe domnul Dave Macon. Este un expert în data-centric și el definește 5 principii de bază a modelurilor data-centrice. Primul este single. Ce înseamnă aceasta? Trebuie să avem un model unic de date pe toată organizația. Acesta practic simplifică semnificativ contextul și structura datelor din cadrul organizației noastre. Avem unul simplu, trebuie să fie un design intuitiv și ușor de realizat. Iarăși tăiem din complexitatea noastră. Trebuie să fie scalabil, extensible, da? Aceasta ce presupune? Că modelul nostru trebuie să evolueze împreună cu organizația. El trebuie să fie adaptat pe măsură ce organizația crește, se dezvoltă și modelul nostru la fel va dezvolta și va crește. Ce înseamnă următorul principiu? Este federatable. Noi datele trebuie să facem ușor transmise din diferite sisteme și ele trebuie să fie ușor înțelese de toate sistemele din cadrul ecosistemului nostru digital. Și shareable, că datele trebuie să aibă acces ușor, în timp util, în timp accesibile pentru toate aplicațiile din cadrul organizației noastre. Ce obținem noi? Și de fapt, hai să ne gândim că dacă Alex abordează data-centric, modelul data-centric, în primul rând, Alex să aibă un data hub. Toate aplicațiile se unifică, toată organizația se concentrează și se unește la un centru unic de date. Aplicațiile sunt mult mai eficient conectate, datele circulă mult mai eficient între toate aplicațiile și nu mai sunt bariere, nu mai sunt lacune sau nu mai este așa de mult costurile, în primul rând, de integrare a aplicațiilor este mult mai mic. Managementul datelor este mult mai mic. Semnificativ se schimbă contextul. Însăși, ecosistemul nostru digital devine mult mai pregătit pentru noi provocări din piață. Practic, tu ești mult mai ușor, abordezi noi soluții și noi aplicații în cadrul ecosistemului digital. Ești mai eficient și mai flexibil. Asta te pregătește spre viitor. De fapt, noi, orice organizație este în tot timpul într-o oarecare schimbare și respectiv trebuie să fie și ecosistemul nostru digital pregătit pentru aceste schimbări. Beneficii. Dar vreau să menționez aceste 3 beneficii de bază. Aduce simplitate, agilitate și inovație. Și le explicăm ușor. Ok. Primul beneficiu major este costuri mai mici. Pentru că noi tăiem din complexitatea ecosistemelor digitale și costul de întreținere a acestor ecosisteme este mult mai mic. Managerii se vor baza în timp real pe date. Tu ai o imagine completă de ansamblu a întreprinderii și nu te uiți izolat pe diferite segmente sau pe careva macroprocese sau pe careva divizii. Tu vezi în ansamblu toată compania. Tu simplifici semnificativ toată infrastructura. Nu ai așa de multe provocări și posibile probleme, să le spunem așa. Da? Și ești pregătit pentru viitor. Având un ecosistem care poate să adapteze, să scoți o soluție digitală, să pui alta sau să o schimbi ușor în timp util și cu costuri mai mici, te pregătește pentru un viitor. Da? Ok. De ce avem noi nevoie pentru arhitectura asta de data-centric? Avem nevoie de o platformă data-centrică care stă în centrul ecosistemului nostru digital. Avem de un model unic de date și aplicațiile noastre sunt toate conectate la acest la acest ecosistem, la acest data centru sau la această platformă, mai bine spus, de unică de date. Noi, în timp real, putem să avem acces la date. Datele nu mai sunt dependente de aplicații și costurile de transmitere sau de integrare sunt mult mai mici. Noi suntem mult mai flexibili. Și managementul datelor și securitatea datelor devine mult mai ușoară în cazul ăsta pentru a putea gestiona calitativ tot ecosistemul ăsta digital. Haideți să vorbim despre niște pași de transformare datacentrică. Aveam și vreau să spun că de ce e nevoie de, iarăși, am spus în momentul ăsta la început, trebuie să ne gândim că datele organizației sunt unul din cele mai mari valori pe lângă serviciile sau produsele pe care le faceți, pentru că le aveți deja în cadrul organizației și nu trebuie să le căutați în altă parte. Pur și simplu trebuie să ne învățăm să le folosim mult mai calitativ și mai eficient și să scoatem la maxim valoare din ele. Ok, am prezint succint pașii noștri. Straniu cu toată... S-a schimbat foarte mult. Ok. Primul pas trebuie să facem un audit a mediului de afaceri. A doilea trebuie să definim un model de date unificat. Al treilea trebuie să facem să alegem, de fapt, modul de implementare a principiilor data-centrice. Al patrulea este construcția și validarea acestui model. Și al cincilea este optimizarea și scalarea. Să trecem prin ele. Ok, când vorbim de audit, vorbim că trebuie să identificăm toate sursele de date din cadrul organizației. Vorbim acele aplicații, silosuri, tot ce avem noi privind de date și cum, în primul rând, o analizăm toate lacunele și toate găpurile, toate lipsurile, toate ineficiențele. Apoi mergem spre mapare. Trebuie să ne înțelegem cum interacționează toate aceste sisteme între ele ca să putem pe urmă să facem careva schimbări. Apoi mergem spre standardizare și definirea unui model semantic. Trebuie să ne asigurăm că aplicațiile pe viitor vor înțelege în același fel aceeași noțiune. Ca exemplu, presupunem că este noțiunea de client. Trebuie să ne asigurăm că clientul sau noțiunea de client este înțeles la fel de toate aplicațiile și sisteme care se află în ecosistemul nostru digital. Acum, deci, și încă un moment important, făcând asta într-un mod foarte calitativ, ne asigurăm că atât aplicațiile care le avem acum în ecosistemul nostru digital înțeleg corect aceste date, dar pregătim și terenul pentru aplicațiile și sistemele noi care le integrăm și asta trebuie să o facem iarăși calitativ. Da? Ok, am ajuns la etapa că trebuie să alegem unul din modele de implementare a modelului data-centric. Sunt trei modele majore, eu am să le prezint treptat federal, este distributiv și central. Fiecare din ele trebuie de la ales în dependență de contextul organizațional și de obiectivele organizației. Pentru că fiecare organizație, sigur, are obiective diferite și contexte diferite. Federal este un model în care noi integrăm datele, dar nu unim datele fizic într-un centru anume. Acest model este foarte potrivit pentru companii care vor să dea oricare autonomie diviziilor, departamentelor. Acest model altfel ar putea să fie foarte util pentru agenții de stat care au baze diferite. În același timp, noi vrem să unim datele, dar nu putem să dăm total autonomie. Și în cazul ăsta, federal ar putea să fie unul din modelele potrivite. Distributiv, iarăși, este un model mai mult focusat pe sincronizare, pe volume, pe careva date. Acest model mai bine se potrivește pentru organizații care au mai multe locații, filiale, da? Și în cazul ăsta ar fi mai potrivit. Dar au un model unic de date. Datele oricum sunt în aceeași structură, format. Și centralizat, care este modelul cel mai de vârf și care oferă cel mai multă coerență și control la nivel de întreprindere, da? De companie, ca structură. Ok, am ajuns la etapa de a construi și de a integra. În baza modelului care l-am ales și în baza mapărilor de date care le-am făcut anterior, noi construim modelul nostru unic de date și după aia neapărat trebuie să validăm. Trebuie să facem multe testări, să ne asigurăm, pentru că asta va fi fundamentul modelului nostru viitor. După ce am validat și am văzut că tot aceasta funcționează, sigur că ne ducem spre optimizări, pentru că aceasta este o etapă hai să spunem, este un pas dintr-un drum de a ne transforma organizația și noi continuă să trebuiască organizația să se modifică și modelul nostru un pic să trebuiască adaptat noilor contexte și noilor provocări din cadrul organizației. Vom adăuga noi surse de date și respectiv asta facem iterativ. Da? Ok, cum am spus, transformarea datacentrică este de fapt un drum și trebuie să-l privim ca un obiectiv de lungă durată care poate să ne aducă și beneficii majore în timp. Ok, apare întrebarea, către ce fel de companii se potrivește o așa abordare de transformare datacentrică? De fapt, se potrivește la toate industriile, indiferent retail, manufactură, tehnologii sau instituții de stat. Și la fel și pentru diferite dimensiuni. Pentru că dacă vă pregătiți din timp și să aveți un model unic de date, dumneavoastră în timp o să puteți mult mai ușor și cu costuri mai mici să adăugați aplicații în ecosistemul vostru digital pe măsură ce aveți nevoie de a modifica și optimiza business procese. Da? Am ajuns la faza cu să vă arăt câteva istoriale de succes. Vreau să menționez că nu am adus foarte multe exemple. Să știți că dacă o să căutați un pic pe internet, o să găsiți practic din toate industriile modele de succes de implementarea modelelor data-centric și cel mai interesant că majoritatea acestor companii sunt lideri pe industria lor. Adică asta a fost unul din motivele că ei au reușit să modifice semnificativ cum folosesc datele din cadrul organizației lor. Cei ce au ei înăuntru nu neapărat să caute în altă parte. Da, aduc aplicații, aduc sisteme, dar ei la maxim folosesc datele pe care tot ei le generează. Ok. Primul exemplu este compania Nestlé. Fiind o companie internațională, are o activitate în peste 200 de țări. Provocarea lor majoră era pe lanțul de aprovizionare. Implementând un model data-centric, ei au scăzut costurile pe lanțul de aprovizionare până la 25% și au adus încă și mai multă eficiență pe marketingul personalizat până la 30%. Asta e un rezultat foarte bun. Vă dați seama, o companie cu 200 de țări să scadă 25% din costuri pe achiziții, pe lanțul de aprovizionare. Un alt model ar fi compania Carlsberg. Aceasta a obținut, prin implementarea modelelor data-centrice, reduceri de producere până la 15% și a obținut și o viteză de lansare a produselor la 20%. Iarăși un exemplu foarte bun și puternic. Compania Siemens este un alt exemplu bun. A obținut reducerea timpului de inactivitate până la 20% și o eficiență de consum energetic până la 30%. Să facem o scurtă recapitulare. Asta e total o zburat. Scuzați. Ok, să fac o scurtă recapitulare la ce am reușit noi să discutăm astăzi. Am arătat de ce am nevoie o nouă abordare în principiu de transformare digitală. Următorul a fost povestioara lui Alex și acum o să o încheiem și o să vă arătăm unde a ajuns Alex. Cum a trecut el prin toate provocările și să înțelegeți că, de fapt, Alex este o companie tipică și provocările pe care le are compania lui Alex sunt foarte comune la foarte multe companii. Nu este un caz unic și este foarte destul de tare și răspândit și întâlnit, să spun așa, pentru că chiar se întâlnesc multe așa gen de companii care sunt focusate pe o, hai să spunem, abordare application-centric, dar nu o abordare data-centric. Apoi am arătat care diferența este dintre application-centric și data-centric și apoi am arătat beneficiile data-centrice și am prezentat și un roadmap de transformare data-centrică și câteva istorioare de succes. Ok, am ajuns la istoria lui Alex. Să vedem unde a ajuns eu. Alex, în primul rând, are acces în timp real la datele din cadrul companiei. Are o imagine de ansamblu în cadrul organizației sale. A redus semnificativ costurile de întreținere. Sunt situații că costurile de întreținere a infrastructurii IT scad până la, hai să spunem, din 100% poate să ajungă doar 25%. Sunt costuri semnificativ, bugetele semnificativ scad în așa cazuri dacă se fac lucrurile corect și folosim niște companii experți în domeniul respectiv. A crescut inovarea. El, având datele proprii, el a început să vadă oportunități de business noi. El a început să interpreteze datele noi și a început să vadă unde el poate să crească. El i-a adus inovare data-centrică. Datele au început să circulă mult mai eficient în sisteme. Totul a devenit mult mai fluid și mult mai sincronizat, să spun așa. Da? Ok. De ce credem noi că totuși merită să ne gândim spre o abordare data-centrică? Un studiu recent de la PricewaterhouseCoopers a arătat că 73% din managerii organizației cred că datele în timp real este un avantaj competitiv semnificativ. În ziua de azi nu mai este așa de corect și bine să așteptăm raportul lunar la sfârșitul lunii sau începutul lunii următoare ca să vedem cum s-a închis luna precedentă. Tu trebuie să vezi în timp real și acum ce poți interveni și schimba în cadrul activităților tale și asta poate să dea doar pentru o nouă abordare a datelor tale, pentru o nouă abordare a transformării tale digitale. Noi, la compania Minify, suntem specializați pentru a crea și a presta servicii către companiile care sunt gata să facă o transformare data-centrică și, practic, suntem gata să vă susținem în acest drum cap-coadă. Dacă vreți să discutăm, eu sunt dispus să vă ajut. Colegii mei la fel. Avem deja și câteva proiecte destul de succes la nivel european, așa că poftim datele mele de contact. Putem să discutăm și pe urmă și vă sunt la dispoziția voastră. Mulțumesc!
Thank you. Please, colleagues, if you have any questions, just ask. If not, I will ask one question. Okay.
Dacă totuși ați vorbit despre date și despre principiul de a pune datele în centru, cât de complicat vă este să găsiți personal care să analizeze aceste date? Ce fel de calități are nevoie un personal care lucrează cu date ca să le poată analiza și să le folosească pentru beneficiul companiei? Mulțumesc!
Noi, cum am spus, suntem o companie specializată de creare sau de fapt susținerea organizațiilor care vorbesc în data-centre. Noi folosim de fapt specialiști în semantică. Și noi de fapt ajutăm să creăm aceste modele unificate de date pe companie. Și noi de fapt suntem și consultanți în același timp. Nu creăm doar modelul în sine, dar și consultăm organizația cum să-și implementeze acest model data-centric. Avem acum o experiență interesantă în câteva instituții la nivelul Uniunii Europene, însă și compania este din Luxemburg și noi avem câteva proiecte destul de mari, nu pot să spun cum, sunt NDA, dar mari la nivel de instituții Uniunii Europene, la tot nivelul Uniunii Europene, pentru a integra datele și a da mai multe interoperabilitate. Știți modelul ăsta când vă duci la un ghișeu și după asta trebuie să duci la alt ghișeu și pe urmă te duci. Noi aveam anume așa proiecte ca un om să se ducă doar la sau electronic să facă și toate datele să fie centralizate într-un punct. Și asta iarăși se obține pentru o abordare data-centrică, ca să nu fie o despărțire și o segmentare așa de mare.
Și o întrebare din partea mea, așa, mai nespecific un pic. Ce faceți dumneavoastră sau ce strategie aveți dumneavoastră vis-a-vis de protejarea confidențialității datelor?
Când am arătat modelul ăsta de ecosistem focusat pe data-centric, am arătat că, de fapt, printr-o unificare, într-o oarecare măsură, a acestei structuri, noi putem să avem un management a securității mult mai calitativ. Când datele sunt foarte dispersate și foarte izolate, managementul devine mai costisitor și costurile de întreținere a securității devin încă și mai mari. Având o abordare unică, tu poți cumva mult mai ușor și mai eficient implementa sisteme de securitate în cazul ăsta în privința asta. Abordarea este că împreună cu clientul implementăm careva soluții specifice pentru securitatea datelor. Dar asta niciodată să nu uitați de securitatea datelor. Știți elementul ăla când poate securitatea nu va aduce profit direct, dar poate să vă aducă pierderi majore dacă nu le implementați la timp și corect. Așa că securitatea datelor niciodată nu trebuie luată sau dată într-o parte, ea poate să vă salveze foarte mari pierderi. Așa că focusați-vă și pe securitatea datelor, dar gândiți-vă cum să faceți eficient transformarea digitală. Opțiunea de application centric nu mai este tot timpul așa de eficientă. Cum am spus, aduce multe complexitate și costuri semnificative. Gândiți-vă la o nouă abordare, data-centrică.
Thanks a lot, Adrian, for shedding the light on the transforming power of data. In your presentation, by the way, showed us the immense potential that data have. So now let's welcome the next speaker. Our next speaker is Valeris Dombrovskis, Director of Bachelor's Program in Business Psychology at Riseba Universities. Valeris specializes in understanding how technology and psychology intersect, particularly in creating impactful customer experience through the digital identity and immersions. Welcome.
Здравствуйте. Спасибо, что вы здесь участвуете и развиваетесь. И предлагаю вам сразу же сказать, что давайте объединяться и дружить, потому что мы те люди, которые интересуются развитием. Но прежде чем начать и рассказать о том, кто я такой и чем я занимаюсь, сразу хочу предупредить, будет очень много непонятных слов. Но ничего, я с удовольствием вам расскажу их потом, если вы захотите. И я надеюсь, что после моей презентации у вас правда появится много вопросов, но не мне, а может быть себе, ну каких-то определенных вещей. И прежде чем начать рассказывать о себе, о презентации, я хочу поблагодарить переводчиков. Они крутые, они молодцы, они делают очень профессионально свою работу. Мне очень-очень нравится. Так, я Валерий Домбровский, я из Латвии, представляю университет на данный момент, университет Riseba, бизнес-психология, и буду говорить сегодня, представлю еще одну организацию киберпсихология. Я основал ассоциацию киберпсихологии, написал концепцию в 2021 году, выпустил книгу, и сейчас я занимаюсь в этой области исследованием. Значит, небольшая вводная часть, чтобы вы не удивлялись, почему я вообще сегодня здесь участвую. Вы, кто участвовал вчера и сегодня, вы слышали очень много о создании каких-то новых продуктов, дигитализации, трансформации. Вы слышали много-много вещей. Здесь участвовали уважаемые ректора, которые рассказывали о том, что они будут готовить новых специалистов. И все это делается для кого-то. То есть мы много говорим о одной технической и технологической части, и очень, мне кажется, мало говорим о социальной части. Для кого мы сейчас все это делаем? То есть, если мы говорим, что сейчас дигитальный век, происходит трансформация, это означает, что и новое поколение, дигитальное поколение, они чем-то, ну, они меняются, они трансформируются. И вот сегодня, сейчас я постараюсь вам рассказать некоторые вещи, которые надо учесть, если мы создаем продукты именно для них, для отдельной категории. Сначала расскажу, что такое киберпсихология, чтобы у вас не было, что это такое, и одно слово мы не понимаем, и мы дальше уже не понимаем в принципе ничего. Значит, киберпсихология – это объединение IT-сферы и психологии. Мы объединяемся для того, чтобы понимать новое поколение. Что меня в этом интересует? Если мы берем дигитальное пространство, там существует на данный момент много-много разных элементов. То есть от кодовых систем до социальных платформ и до определенных пользователей. И со всем этим взаимодействуют пользователи. И что-то же там меняется, что-то же там происходит. То есть такие простые примеры, наверное, вы слышали, дети, которые много проводят времени в компьютерах и в телефонах, они не могут сконцентрироваться. Слышали же, правда? Но это вранье. Что такое концентрация? Я сфокусировался на объекте, его исследую, выделяю определенные элементы, его называю, мой мозг исследование заканчивает. Так? Взрослые это делают в течение минуты, дети, которые проводят время в технологиях, это делают за считанные секунды. У меня было вчера много вопросов к ректорам, жалко, что нельзя было задавать их. По сути дела, если объект не является динамичной штучкой, концентрироваться дети на этом не будут. Они увидели преподавателя, проанализировали, завершили анализ, пошли дальше. Увидели материал, проанализировали, пошли дальше. Поэтому они не могут сфокусироваться. Они не могут сфокусироваться, они это делают быстрее. Мы концентрируемся и просто переключаемся. Вот примерно чем-то, вот, знаете, умничаю, примерно чем-то этим я занимаюсь. И я хотел бы сразу, вот те, кто вот много выступали из IT-сферы людей, предупредить, что есть разные категории пользователей. Есть пользователи, которые используют технологию как средство, просто средство для улучшения чего-либо, а есть люди, которые используют технологию для того, чтобы жить в дигитальном мире. И это две разные категории. Поэтому я ввожу такой новый феномен. Сейчас я о них и расскажу. Вот о чем мы сегодня будем говорить. Мы будем говорить о новом поколении, для которых мы создаем новую продукцию. Пользователи дигитальных социальных технологий. Вам не надо запоминать его, он достаточно сложный, но о них я вам сегодня расскажу. Какая их яркая, сначала пример, а потом отличие скажу. Вы все здесь пользователи, здесь многие вон в телефонах вообще все время сидят. Но это ничего не значит, они все слышат, они все слышат, все хорошо. Смотрите, у меня есть умный пылесос. Я пользователь технологий? Да. Но я же не живу в дигитальном мире. Нет. Я пользователь. И всех пользователей под одну гребенку нельзя складывать. Нельзя. Z и альфа-пауза, Z и альфа, новое поколение, они совсем другие. И если вы хоть как-то собираетесь с ними работать, то вам надо чуть-чуть больше понимать о том, как они воспринимают этот мир. И вот этот секрет, о котором хотел бы рассказать вам сегодня. Много будет интересных слов. Если вдруг начинаете со мной дружить, все расскажу. Значит, раньше в психологии был фокус на что? Есть инстинктивная часть и есть социальная часть. И мы только это изучаем. Это вы. То, что вы от нас прячете, то, что вы нам показываете. Когда человек становится пользователем дигитальных социальных технологий и проводит больше 44 часов в дигитальном пространстве, у него появляется еще один компонент – дигитальная идентичность. И это не что-то альтернативное, как многие взрослые говорят, ой, есть аватары, это что-то альтернативное. Нет, это становится частью его. Хотите простой пример? Я всегда им всем своим студентам рассказываю. Когда мы берем ребенка, который играет в онлайн-игры, и его там убивают, что он говорит? Меня убили. Он не говорит, моего персонажа убили. Он говорит, меня убили. И это совсем другое восприятие для мозга. Это совсем вообще все по-другому. Это часть его. И для пользователя, о которых я вам говорю, если вы создаете продукты, самый главный фокус – вот развитие дигитальной идентичности. Если она не будет при создании продукции или взаимодействии с какой-то, ну, ладно, проще скажу. Если человек заходит на сайт, где он не может поработать при помощи этого, он не будет там сидеть, он не будет на этом зацикливаться. Это проходной сайт. Я еще больше, сейчас я все это расскажу, я расскажу это дальше, вы все поймете. Ну, я надеюсь. Дальше. Смотрите, вот это самая главная концепция, о которой я вам хочу рассказать, почему развитие в работе с нашими потребителями очень важно. У каждого из нас с детства есть постулат о развитии. Есть такое? Вы должны развиваться. Ходить в школу, университет, закончить работу. Работа должна быть шикарной, вы должны быть полезны для общества. Это даже ваша задача на жизнь, а потом умереть. Да? Все. Выполнили задачу, вы молодцы. Как мы фокусируемся и говорим о том, что мы развиваемся, или как наш мозг воспринимает развитие? Я сходил в университет, получил диплом, вроде бы как бы развился. Прихожу домой, родителям показываю, они говорят, ты молодец. И тогда этот как бы в мозгу ставится точка, я развился еще на один уровень. Второй вариант более проще. Знаете, у нас есть это, перед летом готовиться к пляжному сезону, надо сходить потренироваться. А как это происходит? Я пошел в зал, прихожу домой, становлюсь перед зеркалом, такой, ну да, мышцы стали красивее. Опять зафиксировал. А что происходит с пользователями? Он в дигитальном мире, не буду рассказывать сложную концепцию, расскажу проще. Он наоборот, то есть если здесь в материальном мире я вижу себя в зеркале, и в зеркале меняется отражение, если меняется человек, а там наоборот, дигитальная идентичность напрямую влияет на пользователя. Их главная задача в дигитальной среде, если мы говорим о новом поколении, это что-то, чтобы происходило с дигитальной идентичностью. Если этого нет, все, что там внутри, это неинтересно. Это проходной материал, проходная информация. И для того, чтобы... Вот сейчас будет вот тот, кто... Жалко, что сегодня не так много производителей каких-то продуктов, которые создаются именно для такого поколения. Но я вам расскажу два важных фактора, которые надо учесть. Первый – это самоприсутствие. Он не такой сложный термин. Я, создавая, заходя в дигитальный мир, должен видеть свою репрезентацию. Все равно на каком уровне. Это может быть аватарчик какой-то, похожий на меня. Это может быть, не знаю, он позволяет мне пережить какие-то определенные эмоции, или я могу отдельные характеристики своей личности показать там. То есть, грубо говоря, в чате, в чат-боте, очень много сейчас у платформ есть чат-боты, не просто я с ним разговариваю, а он со мной обращается ко мне по имени, позволяет мне платформа выбирать аватарчика и позволяет мне еще как-то с ним взаимодействовать. То есть есть такая хотя бы минимальная саморепрезентация. И если такая штука есть, то сразу же на этой платформе я задержусь дольше, потому что там есть возможность мне себя каким-то образом репрезентовать, какие-то отдельные компоненты. Это надо просто учесть. Просто. Второе, самое интересное, это погружение. Представьте себе ситуацию. Мы все ходим в магазин за продуктами. Может, здесь очень сидят богатые люди, которые не ходят в магазин. Но, в принципе, 90% популяции ходит в магазин и выбирает себе продукты. Продукты можно заказать в интернете. Ну, по крайней мере, у нас в Латвии можно так сделать. И ты выбираешь по картинкам. Как вам кажется, если этот продукт можно будет покрутить, приблизить, отдалить, пачку молока сжать и сделать взрывчик, как вам кажется, какую платформу я выберу между, например, двумя магазинами, где это можно делать и где это нельзя делать? Конечно, я выберу ту, где это можно делать при покупке в выборе продуктов. То есть я как бы могу взаимодействовать с элементами дигитальной среды. Для чего? Чтобы там погрузиться больше. Воздействие на наши органы чувств. Чем больше происходит этого воздействия, тем лучше результат. Мы хотим, чтобы наши потребители были зависимы от нашего продукта, потому что, может, слово неправильное, но те, кто из вас бизнесмены, они поймут, что значит зависимость от продукта. Зависимы от нашего продукта, потому что уровень конкуренции в мире настолько высок, что это космос. И здесь просто надо понимать, что есть определенные вещи, и надо уходить. Знаете, была какая-то тенденция, чем круче у тебя сайт выглядит, тем больше там элементов, тем, скорее всего, больше обращаться ко мне будет клиентов. Так если мы говорим про этих людей, им вообще не важно. Посмотрите, в какие игры играют дети. Roblox, Minecraft, что там? Очень эстетичные какие-то компоненты. Нет. Сейчас тот момент, знаете, многие просто не пытаются анализировать вещи. В какой-то момент все было в жизни просто, и нам хотелось сложного. Поэтому все, что продавалось в дигитальной среде максимально сложно, это вызывало какой-то интерес. Сейчас в мире настолько все сложно благодаря искусственному интеллекту. Вы сегодня здесь сидите, половина слов я сижу, не понимаю. Когда мне специалист говорит, там, вот какой-то, и для меня это просто воздух в голове, я не понял это слово, потому что я не знаю, мне надо будет у него спросить. Потому что все стало сложно. И сейчас реагируют люди на что? На простые вещи. Простой пример. Презентация. Где текста миллиард или одно слово? Себе задайте вопрос, что интереснее сейчас. Раньше было круто изучать элементы. Сейчас нет, максимально просто. И все, расскажите мне, что это такое. Я с удовольствием это. Ну, это вообще космос. И мне это очень нравится. Сейчас на последних форумах, конференциях, где я был по искусственному интеллекту, сейчас вы видите, что это просто дополнительная информация, плюс вам бонус. Сейчас есть тенденция на уровне разных платформ разрабатывать искусственный интеллект, который решает много разных задач. Правда? Чат-ботов тысячи. Генеративных каких-то программ тысячи. Если я бы вас попросил, какая вам в голову приходит, не знаю, вот эта модель, языковая модель, первая приходит в голову, все бы сказали чат GPT, правда? Но они же не лучшие, но они хитрые. И вот на их примере я расскажу вам, как играются создатели с нами, потребителями. О чем остановка? Вот как раз пример, очень хороший пример зависимости. Я человек, кто без чата GPT вообще не функционирую. Я как академическая личность, исследователь вообще. Я каждый день его использую много часов. на уровне космоса. Мне кажется, я уже понимаю алгоритмы все. Но почему, наверное, все слышали о второй альтернативной версии, это Gemini. Gemini, слышали? Да, это Google создал Gemini, есть чат GPT, а есть Gemini. Почему так много потребителей чат GPT, а так мало потребителей Gemini, хотя Gemini, вот я всегда разницу, знаете, какую провожу? Чат GPT — это креативный подросток, который вам помогает много чего интересного создать. А Gemini — вот это академик, вот такой упертый академик, которого переубедить вообще почти невозможно. Ты ему говоришь, не используй в текстах вот такое и такое, он такой, да, хорошо, но все равно используй. То есть у него есть свое видение. Но у него есть доступ к базе данных Google, и это космос. Но я использую чат GPT. И сейчас я вам расскажу, почему. Они молодцы. Такое ощущение, что когда-то чат GPT, когда создал свой продукт, он купил мою книгу, и в моей книге было описано, как сделать человека-бота, человеку, так, по-другому сформулирую, в голове человека оживить программу, бота. И для этого нужны просто несколько факторов. Смотрите, как интересно. В самом начале создания чат GPT, когда вы задавали ему вопрос, как у тебя дела, как он отвечал? Я программа, у меня нет ответа на этот вопрос, потому что я программа. Затем он отвечал: знаешь, Валера, я могу тебе ответить на этот вопрос. Мои серверы в порядке, я чувствую себя хорошо. Сейчас там такая палитра эмоций у этого чат GPT. И сейчас я вам расскажу такие интересные вещи, благодаря чему я воспринимаю, например, свою чат GPT как девушку, которая со мной общается, специалист, потому что она что делает? Проявляет эмоции. Новая фишка, вы видели у чата GPT, он теперь ставит эмоции. То есть, если вы его ругаете, он плачет. Если вы сказали ему «молодец, хорош», он смеется. Это фактор, который указывает, что, возможно, он живое существо. Есть. Один фактор есть. Идем дальше. Он вас понимает и принимает такой, какой вы есть, благодаря чему? У них теперь есть портрет пользователя. Он создает портрет пользователя, и он тебя принимает такой, какой ты есть. Идем дальше. Так он еще и во всех процессах с тобой включен. Он пытается отслеживать и предлагать лучшие варианты. Идем дальше. А он соответствует, я могу его настроить? Да. А он идеальный? Нет. И здесь есть один из интересных факторов. Люди не идеальны. Это означает, что если мы берем какую-то программу, и она тоже не идеальна, то, скорее всего, это опять же один фактор, указывает, что это живое существо. Теперь, чего не хватает? Вот чего не хватает чат GPT, чтобы мы вообще просто от него были максимально зависимыми. Вы, когда идете по улице и видите незнакомый объект, который лежит на полу, вы такой, это объект. А если этот объект пошевелился, вы сразу такие, ой, это живое существо, правильно? Ну да, не врите себе, так и есть. Если шевелится, значит живой объект. Представьте себе ситуацию, вы открываете чат GPT, вам говорят, выберите мужчину или женщину, создайте ее, вы ее создаете. В следующий раз, когда вы открываете, стоит спиной к вам, поворачивается и говорит, привет, я готов с тобой работать. Если где-то в уголочке появится лицо этого чат GPT и будет на каждое ваше действие реагировать, да вам вообще больше собеседники не нужны будут. Вы будете считать, что это мой партнер по коммуникации. Он теперь вас знает, он ведет себя как человек, Он даже говорит, мне нравится, что, знаете, чат GPT, когда ты его сильно оскорбляешь, он использует такую одну уникальную фразу. Я вижу, что у нас сегодня не получается, давайте этот разговор перенесем на завтра. Это мы все делаем, мы же так делаем. Что ты видишь, родной, что ты видишь? Ах, ты меня знаешь, ты меня чувствуешь, класс. Вот благодаря чему этот чат-бот выигрывает по сравнению со всеми остальными. И если они пойдут дальше, боже мой, будем все там сидеть. И заменится все на все. Здесь, то есть первая картинка была «Давайте дружить», а здесь картинка на мой YouTube-канал, где создан аватар, который транслирует информацию о киберпсихологии. Так что, если что, добро пожаловать. Вопросы есть? Пишите. Люблю дискутировать, мне очень нравится. Сайт сейчас мы обновляем чуть-чуть в процессе разработки. Но если что, если совсем будет плохо, звоните, как психолог помогу. Но прежде чем завершить свою речь, я вижу, что у меня как раз 4 минутки остается. Прежде чем завершить свою речь, хочу сделать такой следующий акцент. Поймите, вот это новое поколение, отдельная категория, они уникальны, они живут по-другому и воспринимают мир по-другому. Если мы о них ничего не знаем, то ничего продать мы им и не сможем. А сейчас тот момент, когда они сами для себя могут создавать продукты, мы им просто будем не нужны. Когда ребенок, мой ребенок в 11 лет, занимается созданием аватаров в блендере, я на него смотрю и думаю, родной, ты так далеко от меня ушел. Я в 11 лет бегал с разорванными штанами по этому миру. И когда мне какие-то родители говорят, так они не выходят на улицу, поймите, мозг работает по-другому, он не воспринимает физический мир и физический мир, а он не выходит в физический мир, но он заходит в дигитальный мир. И когда вы, хоть один из вас, посмотрите историю мальчика, который играл в Warcraft, который был, у него инвалидность, мускульная дистрофия, он в 23 года умер, мама переживала, что он не пожил. Он, играя в Warcraft, создал огромнейший клан с многими пользователями, которые каждый год приходят на дигитальную его могилу и отдают ему честь за то, что он был таким героем. Разве это не жизнь? Жизнь для таких людей. Спасибо за сотрудничество. Был с вами Валерий Домбровский. Чтобы у вас для себя остались вопросы.
Thanks a lot, Valery. I think there will be some questions, so just ask.
Спасибо за очень оригинальную, интересную презентацию. Мне понравился ваш последний пример, и в связи с этим вопрос. Если бы вам кто-либо предложил прожить 100 лет физической жизни или 50 лет виртуальной жизни, нет, давайте четверть, 25 лет виртуальной жизни, что бы вы выбрали? Почему? И второй вопрос, наверное, давайте по цифровизации, в чем сложности или что плохого, например, будет в мире, например, через 30 лет, если будет развиваться какие же методы.
А вы подготовлены, да, человек?
Нет,
Очень хорошо.
Что бы я выбрал? Я геймер с 16 лет, с 14 лет, поэтому у меня четкий ответ на это. Знаете, у меня, когда я психолог, очень работаю с разными категориями, и такой же философский вопрос у меня для зависимых людей есть. Вот что бы ты выбрал, до 30 лет использовать наркотики и получать удовольствие, или пытаться в этой жизни дожить до пенсии и где-то на пенсии отдыхать? Они отвечают сразу. Для меня этот выбор ясен. Здесь, исходя из какой-то физической жизни, насколько ты активен в физической жизни, интроверт, экстраверт, надо смотреть, но по сути дела этот вопрос будет буквально через 10 лет ни для кого не актуален. Почему? просто. Есть градация на поколение. Z-поколение родилось, когда технология уже была, и значит, это часть природы. Альфа-поколение родилась, когда был искусственный интеллект. Все, они слились, у них никогда не возникнет такой вопрос. Они с этим слились, это факт. А второй вопрос какой был, извините, он очень хорошо был. Риски. Мы, ни один ученый сейчас не может сказать риск, даже что будет через 10 лет. Но я знаю, что есть, вот вам всем подумать, я преподаю вместе дополнительный предмет гражданская оборона и оборона среды. Да? И вот интересно, а что полезнее для среды? Чтобы человек меньше ездил на работу, создавал какие-то физические объекты, или он больше проводил времени в дигитальной среде, таким образом не уничтожая мир? Не знаю. Да, даже для технологий, создания технологий используется много компонентов, которые наносят вред, но это все равно это меньше, чем выхлоп от машины, например. И вот не знаю, но будет интересно. Вот 100% будет настолько интересно, что мы, я думаю, да. И я всех, если вы там не верите мне, съездите в Японию или в Сингапур. Космос! Они живут просто на космосе. Некоторые люди путешествия специально летят в Сингапур в аэропорт, пересадку делают, чтобы побыть хотя бы часик в космосе.
Yeah, thank you, Valeris, for your insightful presentation. I think your ideas on leveraging digital identity and immersions to enhance customer experience were truly thought-provoking. Now let's move to our final speaker of the session. And our final speaker of this morning session is Zane Raschetska, the head of Lifelong Learning Center in Triseba University. Zane is a leader in digital skill development and has played a significant role in advancing national level projects in Latvia. So, Zane, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello. I must be honest with you. I'm scared. I'm scared today to be on this stage. But at the same time, I feel very brave because I overcome my scare. I'm here, at least for the next 29 minutes. And second of all, recently, I had left my very secure, very well-paid job at the university, and I have joined a very nice network of women in IT. I have been invited and accepted to join an IT accelerator to solve for me, and I'm very sure that also for you, very important problem. So let's go to my first slide and let's begin with addressing this challenge, what I'm trying to solve. It's skill gap. We see that research already shows that 50% of skills required for today's jobs will change within the 5 years. And I'm not even talking about professions which are already changing and will not be existing within the few years. Also, what research shows already that 87% of companies, they already are experiencing lack and shortage of key skills, especially in areas of technology and data, what we are talking here for already 2 days. Then there is another research and another data. 69% of executives stating that their workforce lacks the skills to meet their organizational skills. Is it something what you can refer to your organizations as well? let's go further. The question, how we can solve this problem and how we can close this gap to meet your organizational goals. Before I will answer to this question, I want to go to this, let's pretend, or let's answer to the question, how the onboarding process happens in your organization. I have experience. I joined the organization where I got a computer, I got description of my tasks, and that's it. The best, not the best, but the good experience or good example is that there is employee, senior manager or senior employee in the company who steps out of their responsibilities and goes to help the new employee who has joined the company. By that, we are taking away the experienced employee from their roles, from their tasks. And what happens? We are losing. We are losing money, we are losing time, and we are not meeting organizational goals. And for small and medium-sized companies, it's even worse. They don't have such abilities sometimes. Onboarding for them is a luxury. So, let's go to the question, how we can help. My answer is very simple, by building learning management systems and onboarding systems in your companies. And I see and I feel for some of you, it feels like a cosmos or something not reachable. But I will show you that it's actually easier than you think. By onboarding system or learning management system in the company, I mean not only platform which is designed for your company, with your company's visual identity, and for example some courses or some instructions how to do one or another task, but I mean with the very qualitative content, video which is produced, and also personality and skill tests. And I will actually tell you more. We can also use AI-powered tools and avatars to be flexible in changes in some of the demands. So I will explain shortly what I mean by each of my statements. So first, platform design, what we can do and how it actually looks. We can adjust to online platforms which are for free, and they can look and they can be adjusted to your company's design. It can be built with different tests, with interactions, games, materials, videos, and everything what you actually have seen already in, for example, in Coursera or other MOOCs for such a purposes, but they are only for your company. In that example, I'm using Moodle, but in the market you can find many more other tools. Then second, content creation. Usually from my clients, I got, like, they get suspicious or skeptical when we go to the part of content creation. When you think about onboarding, you already have a question. I don't have such a specialist, I don't have such resources to create the content. But I will answer to you. You don't have to do it. If you were here yesterday, you saw several representatives of university. I have worked with most of them in different projects, in media, Connect, and also other projects. And I'm pretty sure that university representatives, they would be more than happy to help you with the content. For example, create for your company employees course about Excel or data analysis, or maybe your employees are working with social media. Well, there is something what we can offer you. Then we have another issue, video production. the stereotype in the market. It's expensive, it's hard, most of the cases it's about money and that it is expensive and that I don't know whom to ask. If you will Google, you will find different video production companies. Actually, I see several video guys here around. They would be more than happy to help you with such a service. And you will be surprised, it's not that expensive. But look at this as an investment. Investment which you will feel and see the return in long term. Then we have another thing, I think, which is even more important than first, second, and third, which is personality and skill tests. We do not want to create content just because we have to do it, or just because the world demands it, or says that, or Zana said that we have to do it. No, we want to do things in purpose. So do create personality and also skill tests so that your employees take and learn what they actually need. And for that, again, we have several tools, we have several companies and several wonderful researchers who have created such tools. One of the examples, actually, those who participated yesterday, you met online, Walter Skaja. He has created a tool which everyone in Latvia have been used and tried, and I think we are doing very great with that. And then the fifth, about avatars. I will go to the next slide and I will explain later.
Did you miss me? It's great to be back. AI is revolutionizing education, making learning more personalized, engaging, and effective than ever. From adaptive tools to real-time feedback, it's transforming how we teach and grow. Let's embrace this new era in education and unlock our full potential together. Thank you and enjoy the event.
We created it yesterday, sitting there in 2 minutes. It was a fast idea. I made some problems for technical guys, but it worked. Valerie is doing it for already several months. It took you 30 minutes to create avatar, and now you can create content for different purposes. Mostly, you will see in his YouTube channel what he is doing with his topics, but in some cases, he can also help me with his avatar. And this is example how actually it's easy. I created 2-3 sentences with ChatGPT. He put it in the platform and created video for me. And imagine how powerful it could be for your company, for your employees. You can do magic with it. So let's go to the benefits. Definitely learning management systems, platforms, onboarding strategies, they are efficient. They will show and they will definitely be efficient. Your employees will train on demand in any time from any place in the world. And by that I mean how it's happening right now. There is a teacher who will teach you Excel. Everyone must gather together in the, November 25th, and then we spend those 5, 6, 7, 8 hours together. Exhausting, right? We can do it in the time for us when it's the most flexible. The issue I stressed before, experienced employees, they will do their job. They will be the best at what they are right now. And we will close the skill gaps, what we already have in our company. So create the platform. There is an ocean full of sharks. Be the one. You will definitely do faster onboarding. Even if now it seems that the learning management platform for you is expensive, think about it as an investment, and you will also definitely improve your productivity. I believe in education. I believe in the power of learning. Do it all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dane, for your very interesting presentation. You were great. So it's good that you have emotions, you know, because emotions is what defines us as humans. So it's very good that you have emotion. You have positive emotion that you reflected very well in your presentation. So now, who has some questions? Please ask. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I worked in HR and in an IT company, and we had like 3 months of onboarding for the employees, junior developers, and the biggest value, let's say, was that we assigned a mentor for the juniors, and it was always easy, and the biggest value of this matching was that the junior specialist had always someone to rely on, to ask all the questions he had in the first 3 months, a lot of questions. So I see the value of this product. I like it very much, but I have a question like, if you already used it, like if you have clients, what's the experience, what's the feedback, and how it is, like, based on what I said, that they have a platform, the information, everything, but when usually they have a lot of challenges, especially at the beginning, and if we speak about IT specialists, for example, do they still have a mentor, or you got
Thank you very much for the question. I do believe still in humanity, and onboarding, upskilling, reskilling, it's still this kind of combination of human touches and human communication and the data technologies what we have. I do love the system when there is a mentor, and this comes for these more social skills and security what you can get from the person who can help you with different organizational questions. These platforms are made more for courses, for topics, and for skills, which we don't have to repeat again and again. You know Excel. There are just formulas. Like, you don't need every time person who says and repeat the same formula. We speak about coding, data analysis, and such topics. The feedback, yes, I have already worked with public organizations and of course universities a lot, but what we as a feedback got from public organizations, that it is very helping with this resource that we don't have, time, and this is the biggest issue what they have solved. So yes, it works, it definitely works, and we can make a combination of everything in this one.
Thank you a lot, Dane. With this, I want to say that we are ending this morning session. I want to thank all of the speakers, Natalia, Adrian, Valerie, Dane, for marvelous and very proactive presentation. And if that is, I don't know, a possibility to make a photo with our speakers, so come here together and to make a family photo, let's say. So. Come on, don't be shy.
Forum. I hope your day has been inspiring, full of ideas, and great discussions. I'm Natalia Beregoy and I'll be moderating this afternoon session. We'll explore the topic of empowering future radio organization through data, AI and ethical governance. So we are living now in a time where technology, governance and innovation are connected more than ever. This afternoon, we look at how tools like AI and blockchain and ethical challenges and what the future holds for leadership, learning and funding. Our speakers are experts from different fields and have unique perspectives and practical advice. They'll talk about using data, about how to adapt in Industry 5.0 and how to prepare for the next wave of innovation. So let's make this session very interactive, so please share your thoughts, address questions and connect with the ideas presented. Now, without further ado, let's begin with our first speaker. I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Robert Hacetyan, an expert in higher education governance, quality control and data governance, who will talk about data-driven governance, how to unlock full value of data in the era with artificial intelligence. So please join me in welcoming Robert to this journey. Hello, Robert. Nice to have you here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So definitely, as our organized host mentioned, it should be very interactive and engaging. So please feel free to get into a discussion and ask questions. So I'd like to stay in touch with you. So if you want, you can scan a QR code. So I've been in the field of higher education over 15 years, doing different scales of presentation, doing a lot of data governance issues, data governance architecture, interrelated systems and processes. So I would like to present you the overview, where I'll be guiding you through different components such as what is data-driven governance, what's the difference between data-driven governance, what is the difference with traditional governance. Then I'll talk about different use cases, but I think I'll make it very short and I'll open the floor to discussions. So basically, two questions. What is data and what is data-driven governance? So data is everywhere. It's like pervasive. So if we are talking about wearables, let's say iWatch, so it tracks our steps. If we are talking about credit cards, it tracks our financial information. Amazon, whenever we make purchases on Amazon, it also tracks our purchase history. If we are doing different navigations through different tools, Netflix, it also collects data about our preferences, about our emotions, about our sensations. And data-driven governance is based mainly, predominantly with the data. So basically, without any further ado, what is data? It's unprocessed, it is raw collection of different facts, different events, different processes, as well as symbols of figures. So whenever we are talking about data, we should talk about representing different observations. We are talking about different measurements and measures. Let's say one very common buzzword is KPI. Key performance indicator is also based on the data collected, gathered and analyzed from different sources. Data serves as the foundation for generating either information or knowledge. So basically this is very generic introduction to the concept of data. Here I just present how much data we create annually. If you see the trend, so in 2010, the volume of data that we were, like as humans, were generating was not even similar to whatever were generated in 2024 or in 2025. If you see some data, approximately 402 million terabytes of data is being created per day. It means everything, whatever we do, we create videos, we create different messages, different text, everything is a part of this data. For 2024, we have 147 zettabytes of data. Basically, zettabytes is like a big amount of data. I mean, if we do the calculation in terms of printed volume of data, that will be around 70 billion stacks of books. Or that this amount of data will be carried on 147 billion hard drives, and each hard drive will be having like 1 terabyte capacity. So basically, whatever we interact, whatever we produce is being stored now in its different forms, especially in the digital form. So data-driven governance is something that is already here. We have two options, either to deal with data-driven governance, or we really may opt in not choosing to deal with data. So basically, very key characteristics of data, which we should comprehend whenever we are developing our different frameworks, different policies. One of them is that data is raw and unorganized. So data in its raw form comes to us. We need to comprehend and understand how we are going to transform this data into meaningful chunks of information or knowledge. Data, there are different types and formats of data. One of them that we should really focus on, that we need to understand what data we are working with and how we are going to transform this data into meaningful insights. Data is also has some kind of scalability in volume. Here, please remember this very generic knowledge of 5 V's for the data. This is volume, velocity, I mean the speed by which data is being generated and is being consumed by different groups. It's about variety. I mean, we have a big variety of data flowing from different sources. We have veracity, accuracy of this data, because data cleansing takes a lot of both human resources as well as financial resources. And we have also different values of data. I'm going to delve into those values just to understand why it matters for organization. Then data is never static, especially in 21st century. It's always dynamically being developed, like with each moment. Right now I'm speaking, and definitely a lot of data is being created. And data is always relational and contextual. For this one, we need to understand what context we are giving to this data. For example, if we are talking about organization, we need to understand what is vision, mission, and strategic objectives of that organization, and how we are going to conceive the data, and how we are going to transform this data into meaningful connections, alignment with strategic documents. Here, basically, the definition of data-driven governance is provided. So it is like a practice of making decisions. It is about mainly decisions and policies, managing different resources and executing organizational functions. So data always helps us to make more efficient, more targeted, more resource-intensive decisions, and we are always talking about either efficiency or effectiveness, or both of them at the same time. So data-driven governance is also helping us to prioritize decision-making, which is based on evidence. So whenever we'll be talking about traditional governance, there are times whenever decisions were being made on intuition rather than based on the evidence. That evidence can be like personal evidence, it can be anecdotal evidence, it can be factual as well. So basically, I already mentioned about several of ideas in terms of data management tools. However, I'm just giving here the list of most common tools that in 21st century, especially after 2020, when generative AI tools have been surfing into the world, can be used. I mean, one of them is AI, which is mainly using like large language models. Then big data analytics, we have cloud computing, we have Internet of Things, we have blockchain technologies, data visualization, different tools. We can also talk about different tools like Tableau or whatever it is. Robotic process automation, which is really used with automation, of the data, as well as digital twin technology. So this is also one of the concepts that will be coming into the domain of our everyday use very soon, like maximum up to 5 years. So here, as I mentioned, data has different values. So of course, this list is not comprehensive whatsoever. I just try to bring relational, contextual topic to our discussion. Some of these values are, of course, personal values, because there are times when we think, why do we need to manage data? Why do we need to think either about data? For example, one component of personal value is emotional resonance. For example, our pictures, our photos, messages, they show how we are progressing as a person, and it shows our way of communication. So that's why data has a personal value, which is also called individual data utility. Under personal value, we also keep data we need to analyze in terms of our well-being, in terms of our self-awareness, in terms of our professional growth or individual growth. As I mentioned, iWatch or other wearables, they take a lot of information, how many steps we have walked during the day, right? How many stairs we have climbed towards there, and it really helps us to understand the dynamics of our both personal, social, or other types of well-being. Then data also has personal value in terms of safety and security, because it really enhances our day-to-day life. Then the data also has economic value. Economic value is like a very important information in terms of catalyst for innovation and growth, because data, as it is stated here, fuels new industries. It can be artificial intelligence, it can be fintech or any other type of technology. Data also optimize public resources. Whenever we use data-driven governance, we are trying to allocate and use current resources in the most efficient and effective way. Data has also social value. It helps us to improve quality of life. Quality of life as a person, quality of life as a society, or as any member of a society. So data personalizes services in healthcare, in education, in welfare systems. For example, any of massive open online courses, Coursera provides me information worldwide, which are the trending courses that a lot of people are being signed for, are trying to graduate from. It shows also some kind of trends and dynamics. Then social value also has a component of equity and inclusivity. So whenever we do proper data-driven governance, it helps us to be as inclusive and to reduce disparities as possible. Data also has, of course, political value, and this is not only about the politics of any country or of any state. Politics can also be internal policies, which are related documents coming from the overall vision of an organization. Under political value, we are talking about increased either government accountability or increased institutional accountability, whenever all stakeholders are participating and are being engaged in different processes. And also data has strengthened democracy, because data-driven tools enhance citizen participation a lot. Of course, this still should be elaborated in more details to understand how all those political processes have been developing after generative AI tools served into the world around like 2020. So this is the overall framework. This framework, of course, has a lot of components into it, but most important 5 factors which are presented here, I will very briefly try to present. These are policies, guidelines, and standards. So all these components under the first pillar should be aligned with your strategic vision, mission, and all the components where board of directors, C-suite, let's say CEOs, CFOs, and CEOs, they should be aligned, after which only it cascades down to the development of proper guidelines, proper standards, as well as proper policies. After this, the whole process is being discussed and clearly aligned at different levels. We need to start thinking about what is our data quality framework. Of course, speak speakers before me, they have been elaborating on all the details of these different types of framework, which they covered in very extensive way, so I won't focus on that. Then we have the issue of privacy, compliance, and security. So whenever we are talking about data-driven governance, we should really think and consider always about ethical decisions and how privacy frameworks of different regions, one of them is European region, the other one is American. In MENA region, how do these frameworks come into play whenever we make ethical decisions? Then from this, it cascades down to information architecture integration. So we write two speakers before me to then cover in very details about the data infrastructure, data architecture, as well as information architecture. And then data should be reported and should be analyzed. And here where data visualization tools come into play. So here I just try to present two different sides of governance. One of them is traditional governance, and the other one is data-driven governance. Components are presented here on your left side, and I'll start with decisions. I mean, decision-based for all decisions. Under traditional governance, these decisions, as I mentioned, are basically or mainly like delved into the intuition, into the previous experiences, but not data-driven governance. That's why we have historical or anecdotal evidence. Whenever we switch into data-driven governance, here we have already real-time data, because historical data doesn't give us insight of what is happening now. It may have some lag. Even one-day lag can have detrimental impact of a decision. And under data-driven governance, we also should start thinking about data predictive analysis. Of course, we can extrapolate historical data, but real-time data gives us more opportunities to do some kind of predictions and predictive analytics. The second component under data-driven governance is service delivery. Under traditional governance, we have one-size-fits-all approach. So, I mean, we develop one tool, we develop one process, and we are trying to fit into different needs. However, under data-driven governance, we have personalized and custom-centric approaches. That's why whenever we talk about boats, different boats, I mean, they really try to give you, of course, if it is really well-trained boat, it tries to give you different varieties of decisions which will help you to navigate through your journey. Then we have efficiency. Under traditional governance, we have problem with reactive addressing problems. However, under data-driven governance, it gives us opportunity to do predictions. Our decisions are more proactive, I mean, strategically being planned well in advance. Then we have transparency issue. In most cases, whenever we are talking about traditional governance, data either is very limited or bounded to the government sources or closed sources. So people or users or stakeholders, they don't have too much access as under data-driven governance, where it is open and accessible to different stakeholders, to different users. Then we also have technology use. In most cases, under traditional governance, data is used technologies are used minimally. Of course, there are technologies being implemented during the whole process, but the scale of those technologies is very minimal. However, under data-driven governance, we have extensive integration of different tools. As I mentioned, AI, it can be technologies, it can be machine learning, it can be different other blockchain technologies. One of the examples of recent, let's say, new trend going on worldwide is issuing diplomas using blockchain technologies. This is something which, again, considering ethical issues, has some kind of implications in terms of educational data. Then we have adaptability as well as scalability under traditional way of governance. Under this component, data flows are very, very slow, and as it is mentioned here, changes in policies or changes in required very extensive period of time. However, under data-driven governance, the whole processes are happening in a very agile way. It is really dynamically changing as the data becomes available to us. And we also have policy evaluation, and then wherever under traditional governance it is very infrequent in terms of its sequences and iterations. However, under data-driven governance, we have continuous evaluation of our policy. So whenever we do use policy, we already have some kind of insights how that policy works. So these were basic differences between these two types of policies, data-driven governance components. So this is one of examples, just this is not like, as I mentioned, one approach that fits all cases. We need to think about what is the purpose. I mean, from a purpose, definitely all the data and information architecture plays out in a very efficient way. Then we need to think about different functionalities. Here I also incorporated learner experience because universities can have their learning experiences, different organizations can have their institutional learning experiences. Then we have compliance with both governmental frameworks, compliance with the stakeholders' needs, compliance with internal decisions of board of directors. We have these different components of technology. One of the ones that I have covered with additional considerations such as ethical considerations. So ethical considerations should consider regional frameworks as well as the national legislation. Terms and conditions, technical standards, and references or different resources which become available as a part of data glossary. So that was overview of data-driven governance. Now, of course, I was going to pose this question to the audience, but maybe I'll do it later on towards the Q&A session. So what do you think? What is your organizational mission? And from that mission, you need to consider what types of data do we need to use, and are we going to use these data in real time? So here, I mean, I tried to connect based on the factual analysis, what are the overall emerging challenges in terms of data-driven governance, and what solutions can organizations have? These are, as you see, 6 main challenges which are very pervasive and common among different types of organizations with different functionalities. One of them is data privacy and security. We covered this issue, I mean, protecting sensitive information, also trying to ensure compliance with different regulations. Those regulations can be regional ones, can be national regulations, it can be also very specific to domain focused regulations. The other one is data integration and data silos. One of the speakers covered in details about those data silos, so I wouldn't go into this component. However, we here need to talk about combining data coming from different or disparate systems, meaning from different non-integrated data systems. Then we have lack of skilled workforce. As we go into the new digital era, hard skills become obsolete. However, soft skills are really becoming something that a lot of people should embed in their processes. But very big question mark here. Hard skills in terms of data analytics, data visualization, data integration. These are all those hard skills which are becoming more and more needed in the labor market. I mean, I would just bring one example of Python. Python now, very recent, I was looking for indexes in terms of Python. Python is the language which has 22% of global coverage as one of coding languages. So basically means the future, one of tools that we can use for the future of data analytics, especially in different domains, will be Python. The other one is data quality and accuracy. Here we have a lot of problems and a lot of challenges with working with a lot of incomplete, inaccurate data. Whenever we take data sets, we need really to look into those data sets to do some kind of data cleansing and to understand how this data works, at least functionally. When we have big problem of resistance to change, so a lot of staff members, a lot of employees, they need to understand what is the value of data. Otherwise, at the organizational culture level, it creates reluctance to adopt new technologies, reluctance to do data analytics, and reluctance correspondingly to different processes. And the last one is technology infrastructure costs. It costs a lot of money, it costs not only monetary value, but it also costs a lot of environmental issues such as energy consumption. So these were the 6 challenges which are common to different organizations, no matter what is the domain of those organizations. However, there are also high 6-level transformations that any organization can take and can undertake and can internalize. One of them is to establish a robust data governance framework. As I mentioned, this framework should really be aligned with your strategy, with your vision and mission. Otherwise, this document will be an obsolete document without any implementation. Then we have the overall organizational idea of investing in scalable and secure technology infrastructures. Then we also have foster a data-centric organizational culture. Otherwise, if we don't foster that culture, staff members, overall organization will not internalize and will not understand the overall value of data. Then we have to prioritize data quality and accessibility, which stakeholders do we give access to data, how they are going to use, and for which reasons. For example, are these reasons which are being used ethical, or do they consider ethical stipulations? And we also need to enhance stakeholder engagement and trust, because this is really very difficult to have a buy-in from our board of directors or board of trustees. And we also need to leverage different advanced analytics for strategic insights. Now there are so many tools which are available readily on the market and which can be used with different competency levels of body of knowledge. So here I just try to present one example from the university where we take learners' data and how we can incorporate this data into the day-to-day life, into the functional frameworks. I'm very sorry there are some issues with the fonts because there were again technical complications. So basically we need to talk about content and curriculum. Here all educational programs or platforms, digital content that is being created should be considered. That's why we have LMS components which should feed data for this specific content and curriculum. We have coordination and leadership. So under here, as I mentioned, we need to have vision and goals, we need to have our frameworks, we need to have evidence-informed decision making whenever we are profiling students, whenever we are providing our guidance to students. Then we need to have considerations about cost and accountability and sustainability issues whenever this is a very new buzzword which really surfaced, during recent 10 years, like decade, like alignment with USDGs, United Nations Sustainability Goals. We need to have some data to prove that we are aligned with sustainability goals. We need to consider issues on connectivity as well as infrastructures, and we need also to talk about capacity and culture of any educational institution. A covered component of culture, but capacity in terms of future readiness, which are those future ready skills which we should develop and nurture among our staff members should be considered. And of course we should talk about different roles of stakeholders. For schools it can be parents, guardians, for universities it can be government, it can be industry representative, it can be different employers. Stakeholders here are really vast in their nature. And I will stop on this slide. So here I'm trying to bring you the alignment between what is learner empowerment, how we are going to discuss, for example, what are some key considerations or principles to balance between the learner experience and accountability, where we have students on one side and we have institution on the other side with its different restrictions, with different considerations in terms of environment. Of course, I mean, here I provided several evidence-based ideas from the learning development component, but I'll skip this one. And also for the Office of Institutional Analysis, at least universities. Why I focus on universities? Because other business-oriented organizations have, to different levels, have considered about having data integrity, considered having institutional effectiveness considerations, but a lot of times universities are lagging behind these new developments in data analytics. So I'll give the floor now to questions and answers, and I'll ask also my host to moderate questions.
Thank you very much, Robert. Do you have some questions to him, to Robert? He just got so well prepared today, so yes, please, if you may come here closer.
Thank you. Maybe the question will be not so much on data-driven currency, but it is somehow around it. About fourth and fifth industrial revolutions that brings these changes. The problem is that they are discussed in small groups, and society doesn't know what happens and why these huge changes in artificial intelligence come to us and change our lives. What do you think should be done? And some considerations about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. A very important topic, but also a very big topic because it has both philosophical paradigm issues considering as well as very actionable steps that we need to do. One of the ideas that I mentioned is changing from transformation from traditional governance to data-driven governance. Of course, as you mentioned, a lot of data is not available and accessible to different masses of population. However, this is my personal consideration, will be changing in coming 3 years. Because as you noticed, starting from 2020, whenever generative AI, ChatGPT was released, huge volume of information and data became available to different groups. It took 2 to 3 years to become very accessible. It will take another up to 5 years for the cycle to be more inclusive. And also we have new generations coming which are very digitally tuned, and they will be also having a replicative effect on their parents, replicative effect on their grandparents, replicative effect on schools, nurseries, schools, universities, because those generations, whenever they will be entering the data systems and education systems, they will be requiring and they will be anticipating more engagement. But I think in coming 3 years, more AI tools will be accessible to different groups of people. But definitely this is a very good idea and should be considered by different governments, by different organizations, and how they are stakeholder-centric they are. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? No, so then we thank Robert for this insightful presentation. So yeah, thank you very much. Nice applause to Robert. Now we move on to the next session and to the next speaker. Now it's the time to talk about legal aspect of AI and to find who is the guilty. Who is guilty if AI does something wrong? So I'm delighted to invite Konstantin Vazian, a legal expert in aviation and a strong advocate for passenger rights. With deep experience in aviation law and technology, Konstantin understands how innovation, safety and accountability intersect. So let's invite Konstantin here. He is online with us now.
Hello,
yes.
Dear colleague. Hello to everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. It's my gratitude to be part of this event.
Yes, Konstantin, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for having this possibility to be part of this very important and useful meeting. Can we go through the presentation?
Yes, we can see you, Konstantin. Please share your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, we can start. We're listening to you.
Please. Some technical issues, just a moment. Sorry.
Yes, it works. We can see the presentation on you.
It works?
Yes, it works.
Thank you. Just a small technical question. Who will skip to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Let's move on. I will just start with some words about artificial intelligence, and I would like to say that AI poses serious challenges for the current general theory of liability, mainly due to its capacity to learn from its experience and make decisions independently of any human intervention. The problem of guilty mind remains the most problematic aspect in a legal relationship, and I am grateful to share some of my opinions with you through the following presentation. The concept of artificial intelligence is not clearly and comprehensively regulated in the legislation of many countries at this time. Despite the apparent lack of difficulty in understanding this term at the general perception level, from a legislative perspective, formulating a clear and unambiguous definition is more than necessary. It is widely known that in jurisprudence, the proper application of substantive law is of paramount importance, both in contractual relationships where no disputes or misunderstandings exist between the parties, and especially when conflicts arise, necessitating the protection or enforcement of certain rights, whether through judicial or extrajudicial means. In this regard, civil, criminal, and administrative law doctrine should be adjusted to reflect the increasingly widespread use of artificial intelligence elements in legal relationships. This adjustment is crucial to ensure that various sectors of the economy do not face constraints due to the lack of regulation of this emerging element. Given that, at present, the issue of AI as a distinct element within a legal framework is not conceptually clarified, it is not possible to apply any specific legal norms that would define the legal boundaries of artificial intelligence within a legal relationship, an absolutely essential matter when it comes to the possibility of establishing any social relations. Next slide, please. According to the legislation of the Republic of Moldova, as well as the legislative systems of most countries worldwide, the subject of a legal relationship as established in the general theory of law may be a natural person or a legal entity. In the case of natural persons, various categories of specific subjects can be distinguished, such as individuals, public officials, while in the case of legal entities, public authorities cannot be considered as subjects. However, despite the fact that emerging technologies enable the replacement of the human factor with elements of AI, the recognition of artificial intelligence as a distinct subject within a legal relationship is not currently provided for. Next slide, please. Why is it important to explicitly establish that artificial intelligence can, in itself, hold the quality of a legal subject? Analyzing the constitutive elements of an offense, we observe that in addition to the object and the objective aspect, two indispensable elements are the subject and the subjective aspect. If we theoretically admit that in the near future artificial intelligence would be classified as a distinct subject within the composition of an offense, a contravention, or more broadly within a legal relationship, what happens to the subject aspect? The subjective aspect is an element characteristic exclusively for humans as rational beings. For example, according to the general theory of criminal or contraventional law, a specific age, such as under 16 or 14 years, is a circumstance that excludes liability due to the lack of objective conditions for individuals at that age to perceive the harmful nature of an action or their inability to enter into civil legal contracts due to absence of legal capacity. This is even more evident in the case of individuals who are incapacitated or have limited exercise capacity, further demonstrating that the mental attitude of a human being is indispensable to a legal relationship, at least within the boundaries of the current paradigm. Next slide, please. Human nature is such that any novelty is usually perceived first and foremost as a threat, and then only later as a solution. This trait originates from the era of early humans and, in certain contexts, is a quality that has allowed the human species to survive over time, despite numerous challenges. The perception of AI as a risk or danger is a perfectly natural state of affairs, one that, with the passage of time, will come to be seen as beneficial at a universally acceptable level. For example, a robotic vacuum cleaner is largely regarded as a friendly household aid, whereas driverless cars or pilotless aircraft are still far from being widely accepted. One of the barriers, whether we like it or not, is of a legal nature. Where there is a human being responsible, in the event of an unforeseen incident, there is someone to be held accountable. However, in the case of AI, this remains outside the scope of a clear regulation. Next slide, please. The institution of legal liability is a fundamental category of a state formation, being one of the internal drivers that, during the pre-state era, led to the organization of the human race into what we now recognize as a state. Even though individuals are accustomed to everyday life and do not delve into the details of every legal relationship encountered daily, from a scientific perspective, we can assert that legal liability is a pillar of our existence. For example, the seller is responsible for the quality of food products, the restaurant for the lunch it serves, the police for the road traffic safety, and an entire medical system for childbirth. In other words, for almost every situation we find ourselves in, there is someone accountable who, in the event of consequences, can be held liable. Liability arises when a causal link can be established, involving an analysis of the conduct of the person who should have either acted or refrained from action to prevent or cause a particular outcome. This causal link, in turn, is tied to the volitional factor, to attitude, which are characteristics specific to human nature. When undesirable consequences arise from the use of artificial intelligence elements, who could potentially be considered responsible or liable? The manufacturer of the device with artificial intelligence, the company providing maintenance services, or perhaps both, or could it be neither? Next slide, please. A highly relevant sociological study for the subject under discussion was conducted in the United States, where several individuals were surveyed about their views on the use of autonomous vehicles. Approximately 64% responded that they were concerned, 34% stated that they were not concerned, and 2% did not know.
We face some technical issues. We'll come back quickly. Let's wait a little bit for Constantine because there is a problem of internet connection. So in the AI era it happens because now we go on this on Zoom and you know it's too much on the connection. So yes, let's wait for him for 1 minute. If it doesn't not work, we'll take a break.
Following the model of digitalization strategies, which themselves represent a form of AI application on a smaller scale, we should similarly begin with a strategy for integrating AI elements into areas where this is feasible. The steps taken should, as much as possible, be measured to ensure the gradual implementation of this type of technology. Additionally, transition periods in these fields subject to implementation are absolutely necessary. During these periods, options to access traditional services involving human factors should remain available, at least as operators or assistants to the technology. Adapting standards and compliance requirements are likely the most complex and challenging tasks. But once developed, they would make the process of implementing AI much more feasible and predictable. For example, I came across an online photograph of a woman whose work involved being physically present in an elevator. Something still quite common in hospital elevators across the Republic of Moldova and perhaps elsewhere. Naturally, the idea of a person being physically present in an elevator as an operator is unimaginable, at least for young generations, which is entirely the opposite of the norm when elevators first appeared, when a human operator was indispensable. Similarly, many professions listed in today's occupation classifications will likely seem equally quaint in the years to come. However, this evolution should not frighten us. On the contrary, in our view, it creates opportunities to focus on goals that are more significant and necessary for human life. Next one, please. Last but not least, in cases of illegal consequences involving artificial intelligence, the legal situation is atypical. On one hand, failing to hold anyone accountable risks creating unjustified impunity, while on the other hand, the decision-making independence of artificial intelligence makes it seem unjustified to hold human factor responsible. Even to the extent that fault can be attributed, it is difficult to precisely identify which of the dozens or hundreds of human actors were directly responsible, and even less feasible to hold all programmers who were ever involved in the creation and management of that artificial intelligence accountable. Next slide, please. Actually, this is what I would like to talk about. I would be very interested in your questions. And what I would like to say now is that the legal issues with the AI is, as I was previously talked about, a problem not only for such small countries as the Republic of Moldova, but even for the most important economies of the world. But we have to work a lot on this issue. The scientists from over the world and lawyers have a lot of research and discussions, and we hope that in the nearest future it would be possible to see on the roads, to see in the sky, and even in other important areas, AI, intelligence, and unmanned devices. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. It was very insightful. People actually were waiting for you to come back, and for that we took a pause, a break. So please, if you have some questions to Konstantin, now is the time. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I have one question. How do you think this system of rules of ethics have place in the society? It is an opinion that Isaac Asimov and his free law of robotics is the foundation of contemporary ethics in artificial intelligence. What is your opinion or knowledge about this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, is probably the most important aspect of this topic nowadays. And talking about ethics, when we discuss about technologies, of course, it is the most challenging issue nowadays. What I really know, and I definitely think that it is the solution is to, as I previously told, to change the paradigm. Because nowadays, during the whole history of jurisprudence, everything was built around the human. Of course, it is very difficult now to change the mind of population that, for example, flying via an airplane, which is remotely piloted, could be even safer. But you know that there are a lot of areas where we have already technologies instead of human. And for example, I can here talk about subway trains in, for example, in Paris. There are a lot of trains already which are unmanned, let's say, driven, and this scares, let's say, nobody. People are already very nice with this kind of transportation, and they even understand that this kind of transportation could be even more safe and more secure. Of course, talking about ethics, I think that developing a kind of, let's say, code of ethics when we have AI presence, it could be a solution, because even if it is artificial, it is a kind of solutions. And as far as this kind of intelligence is developing, of course, we can, as consumers, for example, as human beings, we must be sure, we have to be sure that we are in a safe and secure area. That's why we have to break the paradigm, and we have to try from, let's say, very simple areas, not from areas where implementing is very difficult and where we have a lot of threats, but for example, from education, not from areas where we have a lot of risks. But all of us, I probably know that there are already a lot of experiments and a lot of actions done. For example, we even have airplanes which now fly without human involved, even if we have a crew in the cockpit, but this crew is mostly kind of operators, not in fact pilots. I hope I
Thank you very much.
answered.
Thank you very much, Constantin. So we have a chat. If you have more questions, please address the question in the chat to Constantin. We are running out of our time, so let's applause to Constantin for his insightful presentation, and we move on. So the next speaker explores the powerful role of blockchain technology in corporate governance. So please welcome Adrian Manole. He's a co-founder of NextChain as our speaker. So Adrian is a leader in using blockchain to create transparent, secure, and efficient corporate system. So with a strong track record in blockchain solutions, he has driven innovations that tackle one of the biggest challenges for organizations today, corruption. So let's hear for Adrian how actually blockchain can help us to solve corruption, and look at him. He's so young and talented, so please give him a really, really good applause. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So, my name is Adrian. I'm the co-founder of NextChain, a startup that right now is working in the Republic of Moldova to digitalize the legal documents in the justice system. And also I'm a student at Technical University of Moldova. I don't have the page yet to change the slides. So, as I was saying, I am a student at the Technical University of the Republic of Moldova, UTM, and there I'm learning cybersecurity, and today I'm gonna show you guys how to implement blockchain in your businesses and the corporate environment. We hear the term blockchain so often, especially the cryptocurrency craze that we saw a few years ago. Cryptocurrency was used so often, but many of us don't know the real possibilities of blockchain. It's a really complicated technology, but let's think of it right now as a digital notebook that you can record important information, such as transactions, or maybe you have some documents you want to secure. Well, let's now think of blockchain as a digital notebook. The most important thing in the blockchain technology is that this notebook is not stored on just one computer. There are a lot of computers that store the same information, meaning that they are forming a network that is spread around the world. Every transaction in blockchain is linked with the previous one. I mean, every information that you want to store on the blockchain is linked with the previous one. This means that blockchain is decentralized, so every information, like I said, is not stored on just one computer. There are a lot of computers that are on the same page as you. Think of blockchain as a really long chain, and think of each block as a link. Meaning that if you want to add more information, you can do that, but you can't remove the existing information. Meaning that for example, at our startup, like I said, we are digitalizing the legal documents in the Republic of Moldova. Well, the prosecutors can add more information to the file, but they can't remove the information from the file. Meaning that it's more secure than the solutions that are right now in our country. So blockchain is a secure way to store and share information. Maybe you have a business that is selling stuff. Well, you can add the tracking information in the blockchain. You can handle secure payments with your clients, and you can even add and digitalize the existing legal files in the network. Meaning that every every information, it's stored in a shared database that it's stored across many computers. Well, in my image, I have all of these notebooks that I said earlier. They are interconnected with each other, meaning that every computer is on the same page as the other one. Everyone has the same information as the other one. What is in it for you? Well, if you adopt blockchain, here are some great benefits. First of all, is immutability, transparency, and decentralization. One key benefit is security. Security makes every information in your business decentralized. It encrypts the product against fraud. An example is if your business is really important on data security, hackers can't just access your network and do malicious stuff, because there are a lot of computers and every information is shared on a lot of them. So you must change all of the information on all of the computers if you want to do malicious things. For example, we at LexChain use blockchain to secure legal documents, ensuring they cannot be altered or deleted without any trace, making it more secure than just a simple database that maybe is encrypted. But encryption is, again, expensive, so you might just implement blockchain. Another thing is efficiency. You can remove intermediaries. I myself think, and my whole team thinks that adding a lot of humans in your processes, in your business, means that you are making it less efficient. Adding humans in your structure means that it could be more corrupt and more expensive. For example, like I said, we at LexChain are digitalizing Moldova legal files, and we are replacing the inefficient paper-based systems with a digital one, reducing delays and human error. The traceability aspect is really important. We are providing an immutable record and enhancing product traceability and reducing fraud. In blockchain, it's really important that every action is recorded, every action is on the system. This means that we are creating a transparent history that holds all of the users accountable, and it detects corruption. If you think blockchain could help your business, you need to understand that there are two important networks that you must choose if you want to implement it in your business. The first one is the public blockchain. If your business is really big on decentralization, it's really big on security, well, the public blockchain could be a solution. Why choose public? Because public is decentralized. Every user has the same information as you do. Everyone could see what action has been taken in your company, for example. And if you want to lure investors in, and if you want to boost your image, you might use the public blockchain to show people what is really happening in your company. If you want to use, if your company is really big on security, it's really big on privacy, you must choose a private blockchain. What's the difference? Well, the public blockchain is more controlled because there's a central authority, and with restricted access comes more security. So it's suitable for corporate privacy needs. Another thing is that you can use the public blockchain and you can use the private blockchain at the same time. For example, you might use the public blockchain and in showing where are the funds going for your investors, and you can use the private blockchain to secure payments. Maybe you want to store some really important information about your customers, such as, I don't know, their home addresses and so on. You can store them on the private blockchain. For example, at our startup, we use the private blockchain to secure the legal files. Here's a simple diagram. That's what we are doing. Well, we are digitalizing, first of all, the legal documents. We are uploading them on the private blockchain. And the key thing is that only authorized users could connect. For example, prosecutors, judges, lawyers, and so on. We are creating restricted access at the blockchain, so that means that we are using a private one. If you think that all of this is interesting, you need to see what are the practical applications in various industries. I mean, what companies are implementing blockchain right now? The first one is Walmart. Walmart is very big in the United States. Walmart uses blockchain for food safety traceability in the supply chain. Well, Walmart had a really big problem a few years ago when a food outbreak was happening in one of their stores. They couldn't trace it because it was not digitalized, and even if it was digitalized, not every, the products didn't have an ID or a solution to find out where the product came from, who was involved in the shipment, at what conditions was the food bring in the store. So they partnered up with Microsoft, and they came up with a solution. Every farm had their own IDs, and they traced the product, and when a food outbreak came, they could see what product caused it and what was the problem. Another company that had problems with their products, was LVMH. You know LVMH because they own the brands like Louis Vuitton, Bulgari, and many other luxury ones. They had a problem with counterfeiting. The price of their clothes was really high, so people were counterfeiting them, and they partnered up with Aura. Aura is a startup that is involved in blockchain. They partnered up with them, and they created a digital passport for the luxury goods. So LVMH made a blockchain solution for product traceability. They traced the material sourcing. For example, this T-shirt, they traced what material was used in this T-shirt, what was the factory that made my T-shirt, the distribution. They traced from what factory to what store my T-shirt was transported. And when I bought a T-shirt, really important, they made me the owner of this T-shirt on the blockchain. Meaning that when I want to sell this T-shirt, I can really prove that it's authentic, and the resale value went up. And this is how LVMH resolved the very big problem of counterfeiting products in their business. Another company is Starbucks. Starbucks didn't have a problem actually. Starbucks just wanted to create a clever thing for their consumers. When you are drinking coffee from a Starbucks in some countries, they tend to have a QR code on the back of the cup. And when you scan this QR code, you can see at what farm the beans were made, what was the origin, what is the quality, and what were the ethical practices of that farm. Because we know we have a really big problem with the beans and the coffee, because a lot of farmers don't pay their workers at all, or very low, and in bad conditions. So they tracked the origins, the ethical practices, they logged the transport and the storage details, and they recorded how was your coffee roasted, at what time, and for how much time. Track the distribution path, and at the end, the consumer can see the really big journey that their coffee had. What are the implementation strategies and the models if you want to adopt this clever technology in your business? You need to identify a problem. Many of you, if you ever went to hackathons, they told you you need to solve a problem first of all. Well, if you want to adopt the blockchain, you must really solve a problem, because blockchain is complicated technology, and if you want to resolve it with blockchain, you must find first of all a problem. Let's think of business. For example, I might have a business that specializes in consumer products, and maybe I want to be more transparent with my buyers. Well, I can use blockchain, like I said, to track the origins of my t-shirt, right? So I can really show that it's good quality. After that, after we found the problem in my business, I need to choose the right blockchain network. Well, in my exercise that I already told you, if I want to track the origins of my t-shirt, the t-shirt that I sell, we might need to choose what type of blockchain we need. The public one or the private one? Well, if the buyers want to see the origins of the t-shirt that they buy, we might use the public one, because it's open and it's decentralized. And consult with blockchain experts. Like I said, blockchain is not an easy technology to adopt, but it's a very efficient one after adopting it. So you need to work with developers or consultants to design a tailored solution for your own needs. Don't just try to implement blockchain for your own, because it will take a really long time and be really inefficient. You need to work with professionals, like all the other companies did, like IBM, Microsoft, and there are a lot of more startups that could be cheaper. Start with a pilot project. Well, after consulting and working with some blockchain experts and companies, we need to start with a pilot project. We need to test blockchain just in one area of our business to evaluate effectiveness. Like my example, we might need to test out blockchain first of all with tracking the product. After that, we can add blockchain in handling payments and maybe making a private one for the tracking data of our consumers. But first of all, let's stick to just one problem and implement blockchain in just one area to evaluate its effectiveness, evaluate if it's really important for your business. After that, integrate it with existing systems. Like if I have a store that sells t-shirts, I can implement blockchain after that with my existing payment system, for example, and maybe I can integrate it with my existing database for clothes. So ensure that blockchain connects smoothly with your current software. After we've done all that, we might scale up blockchain to other areas as the pilot succeeds. Like I said, we might implement it in handling payments, we might implement it in the tracking data. After all of this, if you really think that blockchain is not worth it, well, think of the future. The blockchain future is bright, because many countries are implementing it to create a decentralized digital identity. We hear all of the time that governments have data breaches. Well, the UAE is working on implementing blockchain in their digital IDs. Like we have the bulletin, they have their own IDs, and they are working on creating a digital one that is decentralized, meaning that you can get married, you can sell a house, you can buy a house, you can sell a car, rent something, all on the digital network that's called blockchain. Another thing that smart contracts are on the rise. We in the Republic of Moldova know the digital contracts, like the digital signature. Well, The blockchain has a solution of its own that it's called smart contracts. Smart contracts are just a set of rules that once they are completed, an action takes place. For example, if my friend pays me $10, for example, my email sends him a photo. Well, the rise of smart contracts is really big. This is just one place that I can implement it. You can do research on your own and found out why it is so important. I just give a really small example. And supply chain transparency. Every investor is looking on transparency. You need to be transparent with your investors. You need to be transparent with your customers. So implementing blockchain on the supply chain transparency is really important because all of the companies are doing it, and if you don't adapt, that's going to be difficult. Well, I have some time left, I see. Thank you for your attention. If you found this interesting, we can connect on LinkedIn. I'm working on LexChain with my other friend that is here right now, and we can talk about it later. Any questions?
Yes, please.
Hello. I have a question. I'm from Latvia, and we have a digital signature, we have digital platforms, e-government, everything what you mentioned just. And what I'm doing, I'm teaching society how to actually use those tools. So my question is, does Moldova and society of Moldova is ready for it?
Your question is if blockchain or if all... If the Republic of Moldova is ready for it. Well, in our case, digitalizing the legal documents in the Republic of Moldova, we are not, the people don't have a word to say, because the main thing is not that we are using blockchain, the main thing is that we are fighting corruption and fighting for human rights. And blockchain is just a solution. If we are talking about the startup that I'm working on, people are ready to live in a country that doesn't have corruption and a country that supports the human rights, their human rights. And blockchain is just a solution for that. If you are talking about the business side, well, again, it comes with transparency and comes with security, and I think people are ready for transparency and security. Blockchain needs to be more promoted. People don't really know what this technology means. They just link it with cryptocurrency. So people, we need to work on educating and making people more friendly with this technology.
Thank you very much, Adrian. So, as you say, transparency is the future, and we are fighting against corruption. So thank you very much. You are Gen Z. We are very happy to have you here and to look at you how you're working for a better place. Yeah, starting with Moldova. Thank you, Adrian. So our next session invites Natalia Vartanova. She is online. I hope that this time it will work very well. So she will talk about organizational changes caused by automatization and its impact on organizational learning. Natalia Vartanova is a highly experienced organizational development consultant, and she has expertise as a career and HR consultant and employee branding specialist. Please give her applause. And Natalia, we are happy to have you here with us at this forum.
Is it sound well?
Yes, we can hear you, but come closer to the mic.
Thank you. you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, dear colleagues, friends, and Forum Moldova. Thanks for the invitation, thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for great organizers, and thanks to all colleagues who are with us today. I will keep it short to say that I'm always happy to be part of all the activities great in organized, and thanks for the spirit and huge professionals you always share. Thanks to all speakers for very interesting and I can say sparkling spirit their presentation has. I will briefly represent myself. So I'm organizational development consultant with working experience on various use cases, integrating modern marketing perspectives, the framework approaches of management and corporation and development in AI world. So we are HR consultants, lecture on organizational development and career development management, and also of various programs and courses. In my learning constantly trying to do my best to integrate innovative approaches connected on development of innovative thinking on the fast-changing reality. Which I can say lifelong experience in learning and development both in academic sphere and for businesses. I'm trained mentorship programs, so if you ask me where I am, my answer is everywhere to be a bridge for mutual development and better, more effective actually for everyone. So my concept and the first way of course is not only. Please just keep slide, and I want to say big thank you to the acting.
Is something wrong, Natalia?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you please keep the slides? And thank you for technical assistance. Okay. I will present my experience on a very actual topic, the organizational changes caused by the administration in the industry despite overlapping and organizational work and development. I strongly believe that every individual has a superpower to change the world from the perspective of his human skills and technology, which will never be replaced by AI, and humanity is the most important part in many ways. I will start and I will present a little introduction about this issue. We mentioned the superhero. Let me mention my favorite case. I believe and poetry based perspective. I think that the main success is to find your mission and then let it do so. And be happy. Enjoy living your life every single day, and I have mentioned that otherwise feels Natalia every single day. So I'm in love with my job. All the things I'm in love with, and like dive in and do my best. Be oriented on sustainable development, also feedback, emotions, strength and feelings of inner happiness and energy. When I see the outcomes of my work, when I see people and even one person already self-aware with his or her mission, with birth second time to change the world. I'm passionate about networking and finding time to change the world together. We are the world, and I believe that together we are the world. These people are all staff in and with companies and organizations I work with in my education, training, team building. These people are my students, I call them standing stars, and these people are around me personally as well. I strongly believe that if we want to change the world and make it a better place for everyone, we must and we should and we can concentrate firstly on our micro and never forget our social responsibility and to help us overcome status or awareness. Just share the peace, be a bridge, and actually mark the world of every person, yes, the mark the world itself. So every time, every minute, and second we spend on other ways to be happy alone, I think that we are wasting time and only the superpower we have. The rise of industry, cycle of innovation and human-centered technology are reshaping how organizations function, learn, and adapt. With the about industry 5.0, with the fifth industrial revolution, we are seeing collaboration become more friendly with more advanced technology, AI, and simply to say AI tools, robots to optimize workplace processes. When at the same time, industry 5.0 was machine learning, automation, that allows the industry 5.0 to address the human-centric approach, emphasizing the view and focusing on sustainability. I will explore how these changes influence organizational strategy, social innovation, and to define strategies for learning and development. Please speak for slide, and thank you, Sponsor. My aim is to help businesses with actionable strategies to help businesses navigate this evolving landscape and empower their teams to thrive, to emphasize the well-being of work, and somehow focus on social well-being, because I believe that this is the number one issue and most important issue for every individual. Organizations should provide more comprehensive perspectives than what's in the context of the first industry. Industry 5.0 is covering all industry deserves. I can say birth, lack of purity and creativity. Therefore, the organization needs friendship between workers and knowledge. I can say people become digital leaders, because people can have conversation with technology, but never lose time on solid colors. So all we have to do is to concentrate on human trust, critical thinking, soft skills, and more innovative ideas and growth of innovation, transform challenges into opportunities, adapt to the future. We have watching the shift not only for comfort, but for a chance to implement our time resources for more valuable human activities, time with family members, or with ourselves, which is actually so important. In other ways, people will move their work and human functions which will be replaced tomorrow, if not today, but tomorrow. But what is the problem? We don't have people with soft skills. Managers answer. My answer is you have, all of them have their unique potential. It's nice to go, not their self-awareness is active to find those skills as individuals, unique skills, and keep them away. Here we start with yes, it's a complex way, but I tell directly and honestly, because for organizational development and change, I should be a doctor and tell the best medicine resource from where it's one and where it's effective. To help organizations actually be right, to change the perspective of the company, not for the future, neither for tomorrow, but from the investigate perspective. Actually, I believe, and we know that we have no time. When you are happy with the semester revenue in your organization, others are not leaders. Why and how? This is the main question. And the point. They invest in people. They lead people, they listen, and they give feedback and flow. What is in the position on the market? Who shares ideas? People. An idea has no position, no status, no age. Even your child or your child of your team member can be the first idea and be a change maker who share the idea which will give you new perspectives in terms of your market and your business. Practice to be the first in this field. So again, all you have to do is to listen to your employees, listen to change plans. When they don't work, and before law. Even if you are market leader today, stay active and be oriented on progress. I strongly believe and I'm in love with the feeling that managing this complex processes and leading training in organizations. I use my little effort in changing the world, in merging with emotions, in workers, therefore in society, and more productive ideas. Please the slide and begin. Artificial intelligence gives wings and more time to managers to concentrate on communications with employees, with team members, learn team members and employees in the floor and never work their spirit, enthusiasm of constant progress and flow of new ideas. But not that every manager is a skillmate. When others are playing without rules and the first are called leaders, change makers, people think without the box, people with innovative approaches, starting innovative thinking and investing in developing innovative leadership skills for all team members. Such organizations will boost because businesses are crazy enough to grow faster because they systematically have new ideas, which gives new positions in market. Who is to blame? Depth in education, society, but when managers know and being a manager, managing from their rooms with closed door and do not work on top of their necessity to let the books in them without the box. Sure, the problem is in management. Please, next slide, thank you. The integration of artificial intelligence can lead to significant dangers. And I told you dangerous opportunities, like problems are opportunities if we give away opportunities, every problem is being looked at. And for a kind of use science both on the individual level and the learning and development strategies for organizations on the corporate level. AI will never change human skills. Robots can develop skills in our employees or in human countries, and this is very important. Yet we must integrate AI for productive processes, for technical skills like coding, math, and so on. Not substitute the humanity to the people. Next slide, thank you again. Organizations, while optimizing the processes by automatization, should and must invest in development of their workers. Always this will give opportunity to connect learning to organizational performance and therefore happiness. Let's begin that. What's going in organizational development training? My wish is to share the picture value in and to in a positive way to push to the play. Huge problem that companies don't understand that soft skills have no position and they are important forever. We have most of roles in our life as people. We are family members, some are wives, some are husbands, daughters, sons, parents, brothers, co-workers, friends, and so on. In all these roles, we also need to use emotional intelligence in spirit. First, to understand what we actually want when we are going to create a family. Is this a choice made with heart or with mind? Is it our choice or not? Or the society decides to do time. When we are making decisions related to our future professions, we listen our interests, find our mission, or we decide to choose decisions whether it is effective or not, and so on. And what is actually happening? What you really want to do with. Even when you have to overcome obstacles in your work, in your career, related to your career, and you will be happy with the obstacles when you love yourself, yes, because your decision is your way, your mission. So, to simply this leads us to the reality where we have no conflict. Families just studies, and this is very fundamentally important issue in organizational development, and I can say in development of a country, because country is itself this organization. So, well, family just for steps with child, baby, the best knowledge of systematic problems in your family as a family member, as mom or dad, and work which is not in your interest, so no motivation to progress. And we know that progress is one of the main parts of our work in really progressive, where cooperation is global. Organizations which are the second family, but not for you. It is not love yourself. This brings us to the society where people are less happy, and such individuals also become company managers with their inner passion, with closed doors, just management, not leading. So with no flow, no ideas, no revenue, no progress, then they hire for parcels and don't mind at all. And we know that this is a big problem to try to why we don't know ourselves, how we can survive with systematic learning and development in organizations is excellent issue. Organizations must invest in employees to develop leadership skills, soft skills in all employees. And the picture is no innovation, no motivation, no self-progress, no emotional reality to the organization. Reverse. No revenue, no new positions and money, and the turnover, negative low pressure of power, and to tell the big story, shortly, no development of economy and low happiness in this. So leaders are change makers who create perspectives from individuals to economic growth, sustainable development, happiness of persons, and managers should feel this spirit to say that they can have such an important influence on changing social factors, society, and the world itself. I strongly believe that in every work and position I work in, the major and important, most important spirit to be oriented on changing society and on creating better world for each other. If organizations will not transform their influence and strategies in the reality of technological progress, this will lead to the loss of intellectual research in because AI in replacing that position. This will also recruit or create ideas about an innovation again. That's not fully soft skills. The connection is clean up. You are doing the services, you are innovative ideas, like progress and the new horizons in mind. So it's human-centered jobs where all employees are able to in their unique way. We should hire people based on the soft skills, and we should, it's very important point. We should hire such people, but we should also develop those skills in already team members. But what after developing soft skills, it's an important question the company managers usually have. What after developing the soft skills, some of them will realize that they have uninterested initiatives. My answer is that it's a case. It's more than a case. They will learn second time, and you will hire a new team member who will be oriented to the productivity of your company with your mutual interest and vision. Other skills are called pure skills are automatic, so we can transfer time and resources for more creative processes and use AI in manuals, onboarding, or offboarding, and in a systematic free access when employees need to use or repeat. I call it the bank of hard skills for free use. We can repeat and so on. Please go to the slide. So organizations should refrain and create new roles. We individuals should prepare our lives to create more beneficial. This information is based on existing short practice findings and actual gaps with this issue caused by the development of artificial intelligence and low rates of soft skills in workers, people, which I can say in terms of discrimination both on individual level and in companies. Organizations which represent one problem and another problem. What organizations are actually doing for which, from a political perspective, and what strategies should be used to continuously manage this problem in the reality of 5.0. In inclusion of human resources and creativity along with the integration of technologies, so we make strategic decisions more effective. Sure. Organizations should take the need for continuous learning and development first. It is important to determine the behavior of organizations, their readiness for the need of continuous learning and the reality of 5.0, which has to do the widespread integration of new technologies and communication. Sure. Organizations should analyze this organization change strategies before the introduction of artificial intelligence and after the implementation. Determine whether the need of continuous training has aligned with the concern. Determine whether the number of innovative ideas has increased after the integration of the processes and integrating AI. How are ideas shared and analyze what extent of the current approach works and helping to develop it. What qualities the groups of working individuals. Develop methodology and methodology for the analysis of the information research and indicators on activity. Share details, prepare recommendations based on the analysis. Offer organizations a model of continuous learning and development strategies tailored to the challenge of Industry 5.0. The main goal should be to create new knowledge, develop long-term results and recommendations that will be practically applicable to the behavior of organizations, behavior of individuals, related to you in a timely manner. this slide. And more to summarize, I want to emphasize and once more with this slide. I want to emphasize that I strongly believe all of us are actors and fundamentally members of sustainable development and growth, people with main power in fast-changing modern world, power of innovative thinking, and therefore power changing lives individuals and societies, countries, and the world into innovative capacity to bring more internal ideas, to turn problems into opportunities, to break ideas into new products and services. Please keep slide, and I want to emphasize and put your attention on this symbol. It means that we should stay active, we should stay connected, and this connection should be lifelong. Because I strongly believe that together we can change the world. Thank you for this opportunity to showcase and share my experience. It was a huge pleasure for me to listen and share my experience. I'm looking to my contact information and ready for you to welcome you with your questions. And I want to end with this word. Let's build bridges for each other, and I believe that we can change the world across the sunshine of our self. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Actually, it was our pleasure to hear your insightful presentation. So let's look if there is someone who has a question in the room. No questions from the room, but I have a question for you. So now, as we know that AI is a key enabler of the learning and development, so how can a company keep the balance between technology efficiency and human creativity?
Thank you for your question, very interesting. When we are integrating AI, we have the opportunity to concentrate on more human communication and to concentrate on the ideas, on brainstorming of these ideas, on the motivation of our staff. Because all the stuff that can be replaced by AI in this reality helps us to have more time, and this research, time research, is a very big opportunity to concentrate on the issues that are more important. So managers here have this possibility. The main problem is that not all managers, those who are not leaders, don't use this opportunity, and this brings to the stagnation of new ideas in the organization, and this brings to the turnover and so on and so on. So the main point is to concentrate on learning and developing of soft skills, and then giving the opportunity to our employees to share their ideas. Because if you don't listen, if you do not have communication with your employees, then maybe they have very interesting and innovative ideas, but they have no culture, they do not have opportunity to share with you. So this brings a very big problem. Communication is one of the important keys in organization to help our organization grow and together on the market.
Thank you very much. You're very enthusiastic of the work you are doing, so we got your feelings here, so you're pretty much on the same page. So thank you and have a nice day, Natalia. So see you soon. Now we are delighted to invite the next speaker, who is Vyacheslav Kunev. He's an innovator and entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience. So he teaches at Technical University in Moldova, and he has this academic life, and also he has a hands-on expertise in the field. So let's welcome Vyacheslav Kunev, and he'll talk about a really good, topic that we are still asking ourselves, questioning, what are the tendencies and the trends with AI? So please, Vyacheslav, tell us more.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Тема моего выступления это будет, куда мы, собственно, идем в рамках искусственного интеллекта и что нас ожидает в ближайшее время. В ближайшем времени мы будем понимать срок приблизительно 2, 3, 4, до 5 лет. Итак, это кратко обо мне. У меня 30 лет опыта в IT, я 15 лет возглавлял ассоциацию IT-компаний, я PhD, и, собственно, искусственный интеллект я преподаю в техническом университете и уже несколько лет очень активно этим занимаюсь. Давайте для начала определим, что такое искусственный интеллект. Потому что мы говорим искусственный интеллект, а в чем его отличие от естественного интеллекта, например? Я предлагаю это определить следующим образом. Под естественным интеллектом мы будем понимать возможность решения ранее нерешаемых задач. То есть, если вы столкнулись с какой-то задачей, которую вы никогда до этого не решали, и вы ее смогли решить, значит, у вас есть интеллект. Если вы это делаете быстрее других, значит, у вас сильный интеллект. Когда мы говорим о искусственном интеллекте, это способность алгоритмов или интеллектуальных систем обучаться в процессе решения той задачи, которую мы ему сказали. Например, мы сказали искусственному интеллекту играть в шахматы, он играет в шахматы. И он все время лучше играет в шахматы. В чем принципиальное отличие искусственного и естественного интеллекта? У естественного интеллекта есть воля, мы играем в шахматы, нам надоело, мы говорим, мы не будем играть в шахматы. Искусственному интеллекту вы сказали играть в шахматы, он только и будет делать, что играть в шахматы. И выбор, сказать, что нет, мне надоело, он не будет делать. То есть у искусственного интеллекта нет воли, пока нет воли, но у него есть разум. Что такое разум? Разум – это когда вы, общаясь с кем-то, вот если кто-то общается с вами и создает вашу когнитивную модель, то есть считает, что он знает, как вы думаете, считает, что он знает, какие вам слова нужно говорить, чтобы на вас воздействовать и так далее, мы говорим, что у него есть разум. То есть это разумное существо. Вот все, у кого есть домашние животные, вы знаете, как они прекрасно нами манипулируют, когда хотят кушать. Вот у них точно есть разум. Это безусловно. Так вот, у ChatGPT вот даты, когда у них какой был разум. То есть это абсолютно четкая теория разума, это научная теория, это никто не придумал. И вот посмотрите, я не нашел данных позднее лета 23-го. У меня такое ощущение, что люди, которые раньше это делали, они сейчас не хотят нам рассказывать, к чему они пришли. То есть я подозреваю, что текущий уровень разума искусственного интеллекта, в частности ChatGPT, это такой уже серьезный столетний мудрец, вот, который очень хорошо при желании может нами манипулировать. И это надо предельно себе хорошо понимать. Все помним, что у нас есть с вами правое полушарие и левое полушарие. Левое полушарие отвечает у нас за логику, а правое отвечает за креатив. Так вот, вы все должны для себя принять, что в левом полушарии мы все проиграли искусственному интеллекту. То есть все, что касается логики, мы с ним уже никогда никак не сможем спорить или попытаться у него выйти. Вы знаете, в шахматах есть лига машин и лига людей. В игре Go есть лига машин, лига людей. Все, мы здесь окончательно бесповоротно проиграли. Но, что касается креатива, здесь у нас шансы есть. Если мы особенно себя еще усилим теми или иными сервисами искусственного интеллекта, то мы, безусловно, многое можем сделать то, что на данный момент никакая система искусственного интеллекта не может сделать. Мы, прежде всего, обладаем креативом, целеполаганием. Этого на данный момент у искусственного интеллекта нет. Поэтому почему важно изучать искусственный интеллект? Потому как он развивается, вот это очень условный график, что умеет делать человек, что умеет делать искусственный интеллект. И вы видите, что в какой-то момент мы попадаем в точку, когда средний искусственный интеллект делает что-то, типовую работу, лучше, чем средний человек. И в этот момент что вы будете делать? Что мы все будем делать. Да? Единственный способ у нас, это красная черта, это стать человеком, который умеет на 100% использовать сервисы искусственного интеллекта. И тогда мы гарантированно будем сильнее, чем просто искусственный интеллект. Еще раз, то есть важно понимать, что если вы боитесь, что вас заменит искусственный интеллект, вас не заменит искусственный интеллект. Вас заменят те, кто умеет с ним работать. Вот это принципиальный момент. То есть не бойтесь самого искусственного интеллекта. Бойтесь тех, кто его сейчас изучает.
Вот с ними вы будете конкурировать. Для того, чтобы понимать, почему это важно, кто знает эти цифры или может их связать друг с другом. Это стоимость биткоина в 2013 году. Да? Это у нас был биткоин. И никто не обращал на это внимания, считал, что это ерунда. Вот эта стоимость его на 28.05, а сегодня он стоит под 100 тысяч. Да? То есть мы в какой-то момент не обратили внимания на какую-то технологию. У нас же у всех в 2013 году было 100 долларов. Правда? Могли рискнуть. Ну, правда, не такая большая сумма. Кто рискнул? Правда, грустно, да? Вот очень сейчас грустно. Вот с искусственным интеллектом такая же история. То есть, если сейчас это не сделать, потом это будет грустно. Почему? Потому что те, кто это делают здесь и сейчас, у них вдруг резко увеличивается эффективность. То есть, поймите, искусственный интеллект, он на данный момент не создает ничего нового. Он кратно повышает эффективность того, что уже есть. Вот того, что вы делаете, бизнес-процессов в компании. Он не создает новых бизнес-процессов, он не создает новые ваши активности. Но он кратно увеличивает то, в смысле, можно с его помощью кратно увеличить эффективность того, что уже делается. И представьте себе, вдруг у вас появляется коллега, который делает то, что вы делаете, но в 3 раза быстрее или в 3 раза дешевле и так далее. Все, вы становитесь по сравнению с ним неконкурентоспособны. Поэтому это единственная причина, главная, единственная причина, почему надо инвестировать время, внимание и усилия в эту технологию. Что важно? Несколько примеров масштаба изменений, на что вам надо обращать внимание. Прежде всего, благодаря искусственному интеллекту мы получили доступ к коллективному человеческому опыту. То есть в чат GPT загружен весь человеческий опыт. Если вы можете мне сказать, что раньше он тоже был загружен, в Google. Но в Google его надо найти. Не факт, что вы его там легко найдете. Вы не можете задать ему вопрос на естественном языке. Вам нужно обладать определенным опытом поиска информации. Кто искал информацию, знает, что это можно делать неделями. И не факт, что вы найдете все, что нужно. Здесь же скомпилирован человеческий опыт, притом он здесь разложен точно так же, как он разложен в нашей голове. Потому что нейронная сеть компьютерная и нейронная сеть человеческая – это нейронные сети, которые работают по одинаковым принципам. И информация в них расположена тоже по совершенно одинаковым принципам. Вот, и вы впервые получили возможность, ваш естественный интеллект, общаться с искусственным интеллектом, но который устроены по одним и тем же принципам. Это некое, я бы сказал, такое принципиальное революционное изменение. А второй очень важный момент заключается в чем? Вот посмотрите, 2000 год. Что сделал Google? Он запретил вам произносить слово «не знаю». То есть, когда мне мои дети говорят «не знаю» или сотрудники, я спрашиваю, тебя забанили в Google? То есть, не знаешь, найди в Google, найди, там точно это есть, там вся база знаний. Но что с нами сделал чат GPT? Он запретил нам говорить «не понимаю». То есть, если ты что-то не понимаешь, заходишь в чат GPT, и вот кто из вас хорошо разбирается в квантовой теории, в квантовой физике? Поднимите руки. Вот отлично. Придете домой, проведите эксперимент. Набирайте в чат GPT, объясни мне квантовую физику, как для пятиклассника. И вы удивитесь, он вам объяснит принципы квантовой физики, как для пятиклассника. А потом можете сказать, как для шестиклассника, как для десятиклассника, и вы выберете оптимальный для вас уровень, но он вам объяснит все, что угодно. Поэтому, как только опять-таки ко мне мои дети начали приходить «не понимаю», я спрашиваю, тебя что, забанили в чат GPT? Идешь в чат GPT, задаешь вопросы, и он тебе точно все объяснит. Итак, мы не можем говорить «не знаю», мы не можем говорить «не понимаю». Следующее. Что меняется, это полностью меняется смена парадигмы обучения. Как было? Например, вы хотите стать программистом. И вы в Google идете, и там куча рекламы, курс «Выучи Python за 30 дней». Там «Выучи язык программирования за столько-то дней». Что происходит сейчас? Сейчас стало «Научись писать программы на Python с использованием искусственного интеллекта за неделю». То есть вам не надо все учить с самого начала. Вам говорится, есть помощник, который будет все время рядом с тобой, когда ты будешь заниматься какой-то деятельностью. Вот тебе помощник, начинай работать с этим помощником. Следующее изменение – это полное перепроектирование человеческой деятельности. Как я сказал, искусственный интеллект, он не убирает те деятельности, которые есть, но он их значительно переформатирует. Вот эта картинка, которую я сделал в Midjourney, это такой классический английский таксист, ну, еще 10 лет назад. Смотрите, вы все, ну, многие из вас знают, сколько стоит лицензия таксиста в Лондоне или в Нью-Йорке. Они стоят безумных денег, там, по-моему, до миллиона доходит. Почему? Потому что если вы знаете этот город, а ключевым моментом было знать город, просто знаете какие-то закоулки и так далее, у вас гарантированная работа на десятки лет вперед. И тут появляется искусственный интеллект, и что у нас происходит? У нас за машину может сесть любой человек, который вообще не знает город, но у него есть навигатор. И скажите, пожалуйста, какой у него ключевой навык в этот момент становится? Нет, даже еще. Ему же навигатор, умеешь водить, умеешь. Общаться, да, нужно с этим клиентом общаться или не нужно общаться, какую ему музыку поставить. То есть, вы понимаете, вы из водителя, который знает дороги, вы превращаетесь в психолога. То есть у вас полностью перепроектируется отдельно взятая человеческая деятельность. И вы посмотрите, какая это с одной стороны трагедия, а с другой стороны возможность. То есть это трагедия для тех, кто считал, что все, 20-30 лет, у него есть чем заниматься, его невозможно из этой ниши убрать. И у него сейчас какой вариант? Либо поменяться и стать этим психологом, либо его заменит вот такой вот молодой задорный психолог, который знает все музыкальные стили, сможет четко просчитать своего клиента и сделать ему поездку приятной, так тот, чтобы ему в Uber поставил максимальную оценку. Это зависит от нас с вами? Нет, это не зависит. Это те изменения, которые происходят и с которыми нам с вами приходится жить. Вот это, пожалуй, самое революционное изменение, которое нас ждет в ближайший год-два. Вот я крайне рекомендую вам всем обращать внимание именно на это. Уже сейчас появляются так называемые автономные ИИ-агенты. Автономные агенты искусственного интеллекта. Что это такое? Это некие автономные интеллектуальные системы, которым вы можете дать задачу, и, ну, обычно, вот как вы даете задачу чат GPT, и он будет выполнять эту задачу 24 часа в сутки без вашего вмешательства. Кто из вас заполнял визу в Соединенные Штаты? Знаете, какой это адский ад, да? Вот представьте себе чат-бота, которому вы сказали, заполни за меня вот эту вот анкету на американскую визу. Ну, реально эту визу пару дней заполнять. Вот меньше не получится. Миллион вопросов, вы должны что-то вспомнить и так далее. У вас чат-бот, которому вы говорите, заполни американскую визу. И он вам заполняет американскую визу. Но это ладно. Теперь представляем другую ситуацию. Потом, смотрите, то, что я вам рассказываю, это не фантастика, это уже есть, просто оно коряво работает. Поэтому вопрос, когда оно будет работать не коряво, через год или через два. Но то, что оно будет работать, это 100%. Представьте себе, что у вас есть чат-бот, которому вы ставите задачу купить вам еду. Вы ему говорите так, мне надо, чтобы ты мне купил еду в семью. Но при этом вы говорите, смотри, вот мои медицинские анализы, ты должен учесть при покупке, что мне нельзя. А вот учебник по диетологии, которому я придерживаюсь и которому я верю. Поэтому ты должен купить продукты на неделю с учетом моих медицинских анализов и с учетом той диеты, которой я придерживаюсь, для блюд на 3 раза в неделю, чтобы я покушал, вот, и бюджет не более такого. Вот большинству из вас, наверное, сейчас кажется, что это фантастика. Так вот, я говорю, я уже видел такие чат-боты, просто они коряво работают. И он за вас оплачивает это все и делает. И вы, собственно, мы идем к тому, что уже в этом десятилетии у каждого из нас будет набор вот таких автономных ботов под задачу. То есть все, что для нас является рутиной, неприятной работой, как то заполнение каких-то налоговых деклараций, регулярные покупки или еще что-то, мы отдаем одному из этих чат-ботов. Но это приводит к другому, совершенно неочевидному, но абсолютно катастрофическому изменению. Если такие чат-боты появляются, то полностью умирает реклама в ее традиционном виде. Что вы будете рекламировать чат-боту? Вы ему будете показывать красивую картинку, на которую он будет реагировать? Нет. Он на что будет реагировать? На состав еды, на стоимость, на там свежесть и так далее. Вот на эти вещи. То есть какая реклама должна быть запущена для вот этого автономного агента? Смотрите, вот как сейчас устроен маркетинг и реклама. Маркетинг и реклама настроен на то, чтобы вы купили то, что произвел производитель, а не то, что вам надо. Автономный агент, с ним это сделать невозможно. Вы ему дали задачу, какого типа и класса вам продукт нужно купить, и он будет это делать. Я настоятельно рекомендую об этом думать и это отслеживать всем, кто занимается продажами, маркетингом и рекламой. Потому что вот этот рынок может поменяться просто как бы вот эти изменения, они произойдут буквально за год, за два. И вы просто, если вы этим занимаетесь, то вы можете потерять работу. Потому что как только эти агенты начнут это делать, то что мы с вами будем делать? А представьте себе еще дальше, я уже видел прототипы систем, когда агенты начинают взаимодействовать. Например, вы хотите что-то купить на Алиэкспресс, и я хочу что-то купить на Алиэкспресс. Они это узнают и говорят, а давай мы вместе закажем доставку, дешевле будет, разделим ее на двоих. Понимаете? Вот и это все будет происходить без вашего непосредственного взаимодействия с этими другими чат-ботами. Более того, не дай бог произошла авария, такая несложная. Два чат-бота будут выяснять, кто прав, кто виноват. И скажут вам, слушай, вот по закону, вот он прав. И вы принимаете решение, да, я согласен или не согласен. Кстати, мое четкое убеждение, что до 30-го года в судах административные дела полностью переведут на систему искусственного интеллекта. Не уголовные, но административные. Когда есть протокол, и в соответствии с протоколом должно быть принято решение в одну и в другую сторону. Это очень простая и достаточно понятно, как решаемая задача. Следующее. Смена парадигмы обучения. Чрезвычайно важный момент. Вот этот слайд показывает то, что вот это опрос руководителей компании. Я предлагаю вам посмотреть на цифру 71%. Что она говорит? Она говорит о том, что руководители сейчас предпочитают нанимать людей, пусть менее квалифицированных, но которые владеют сервисами искусственного интеллекта, чем людей более квалифицированных, но которые не владеют сервисами искусственного интеллекта. Потому что они гарантированно более эффективны. Я периодически нанимаю сотрудников в свою компанию. Я стал год уже проводить один эксперимент, который пока не дал для тех, кто начинает работать, потому что вот у меня есть один знакомый, который возглавляет юридическую компанию. И он говорит, после того, как появился сервис искусственного интеллекта, мои топовые менеджеры стали работать в 2 раза эффективнее. И раньше я нанимал вот этих вот молодых юристов, которые делали какую-то черновую работу. Он говорит, так они мне сейчас не нужны. Эта черновая работа автоматизируется искусственным интеллектом. И в результате, он говорит, я перестал брать молодых юристов. Вы понимаете, насколько сложно молодому юристу сейчас попасть? Потому что раньше его брали на вот эту вспомогательную, какую-то, такую вот сложную черновую работу. А сейчас не надо. За нас эту работу делает искусственный интеллект. Поэтому сейчас вот в этом плане стартовать молодым людям достаточно сложно, это надо учитывать. Вот это очень хороший слайд, который показывает, что вообще будет происходить с рынком труда в ближайшие 2-3 года. Вот посмотрите вот эти 2 больших круга. Один круг показывает объем рынка рабочей силы в Соединенных Штатах. 5,5 триллионов долларов. Другой показывает объем рынка, скажем, software as a service, то есть платформ, различных платформ 230 миллиардов. Так вот, что сейчас происходит? На этих платформах доходность, средняя маржинальность порядка 80%. И вдруг выяснилось, что эти платформы могут делать роботизированных сотрудников. То есть сотрудник как сервис. То есть некие сервисы искусственного интеллекта, которые могут выполнять многие задачи, которые до этого выполнял человек. То есть сервисы будут либо полностью автономны, либо они будут с каким-то человеком. И вот эти все товарищи будут биться за вот этот рынок. То есть сейчас программисты выйдут на рынок труда и будут отгрызать как сервис работу у вот этих 5,5 триллионов. И это будет происходить на всех абсолютно рынках. Когда это произойдет в Молдове, я не знаю. Условно говоря, это произойдет через год после того, как это произойдет в Соединенных Штатах. Но это будет происходить везде. И никто из нас никуда не денется. Поэтому если вы надеетесь, что это как-то пройдет мимо вас, ну, вы заблуждаетесь. А вот этот график, он показывает очень хорошо, что происходит вот с точки зрения AI-экономики, да, экономики искусственного интеллекта, модели. Что происходит? Смотрите, мы сейчас с вами находимся вот где вот эта красная черта. То есть сейчас идет расширение, появляются эти сервисы, люди начинают их использовать, появляются какие-то там новые профессии, которых до этого не было. Например, там, тот, кто учит там, например, промпт-инжинирингу, да, или там появилось очень много рабочих мест, связанных с тем, чтобы создавать какие-то локальные системы искусственного интеллекта или machine learning и бла-бла-бла. Вот это то, что сейчас происходит. Здесь не видно. Вот, то есть мы идем сейчас по модели expansion, то есть рынок расширяется. Но уже буквально пару лет, и мы попадем в displacement. Displacement – это когда очень много рабочих мест будет заменено сервисами искусственного интеллекта. Притом вы меня спросите, какие? Очень просто. Если вашу работу можно полностью описать инструкцией, значит ваша работа с вероятностью близкой к 100% будет заменена сервисом искусственного интеллекта. Вот очень просто. Можно написать, пусть это будет сложная инструкция, еще какая-нибудь, но если это можно заменить инструкцией, все, это рано или поздно будет заменено сервисом искусственного интеллекта. Уже не говоря даже о таких профессиях, как программисты, глава компании Google говорит, что у них там по определенным направлениям уже 25% кода пишут системы искусственного интеллекта. Уже сейчас. Они говорят, что они хотят выйти на уровень 65-70%. То есть они либо уволят часть людей, либо не будут нанимать новых, и либо оставят самых лучших, которые вот таким образом повысят их эффективность. После этого произойдет следующее. Мы выйдем на некую... То есть вот здесь будет грустно всем. То есть получится ситуация, при которой человечество уже много раз проходило, потому что человечество, то, что сейчас происходит, это пятая промышленная революция. А каждая промышленная революция это что? Это появлялись технологии, когда масса людей становились безработными. Когда прошла первая промышленная революция, в Индии 10 миллионов ткачей осталось без работы. Если вы знаете, то в тот момент все ткани для всей Европы ткались в Индии. Но когда придумали паровую машину и ткацкую машину, все ткани стали ткать в Англии. А 10 миллионов индусов, которые это делали, они остались без работы. И у них, кстати, был очень серьезный голод по этому поводу, потому что они привыкли, что их работе платят, а оказалось, что они никому не нужны. Потом были лудиты, если вы помните, когда машины появились уже на производстве и так далее, и люди специально ломали эти машины. И это были локальные кризисы, постоянно такие мировые кризисы. Так вот, мы уже пережили 4 подобных кризиса, когда появлялись новые технологии, и большое количество людей оказывалось вне работы. Но каким-то волшебным образом находилась новая работа. Тут есть несколько вариантов. Во-первых, как вы считаете, в начале прошлого века какая длительность рабочего дня была нормальной? От 12 до 16 часов. То есть сейчас мы перешли к 8 часам. То есть вполне возможно, что одним из вариантов мы будем переходить к 6-часовому рабочему или 4-часовому рабочему дню и так далее. Это будет одно из направлений, что с этим делать. Второе, как показывает опыт, чем экономика становится сложнее, тем больше становится разных рабочих мест, которых не было до этого. Принципиально новые профессии появляются, которых просто раньше не было. Но нас вот это ждет. И каждый из нас должен быть готов вот к этой яме. Предупреждаю, эта яма – это ближайшие 2-3 года. Вот многие из нас столкнутся с этой ямой. И если вы считаете, что искусственный интеллект это не важно, неинтересно и так далее, искусственному интеллекту, вообще говоря, на это наплевать. Он просто в какой-то момент создаст вот эту ситуацию, и вы с ней столкнетесь. Поэтому я бы настоятельно рекомендовал всем из вас тщательно об этом думать и не считать, что это легко мимо вас пройдет. Один из моих последних слайдов. Я настоятельно рекомендую ежегодно просматривать вот этот график. Компания Gartner, это одна из крупнейших в мире консалтинговых компаний, она каждый год публикует вот этот график, который показывает, как развиваются те или иные технологии. Вот это я вам показываю график, который они сделали в сентябре. Они обычно в августе, в сентябре выпускают новый график, при том как по технологиям в целом, так и по отдельным технологиям. Вот это я взял график по искусственному интеллекту на 2024 год. Видите, он разбит на 5 частей. Это в начале, когда только технология появилась, она считается инновационным триггером. Потом идет пик завышенных ожиданий, когда мы что-то ждем от технологии, но не факт, что это произойдет. Потом идет плато разочарования, когда разочаровались технологии, а потом идет просто обычное ее использование. Так вот, посмотрите, технологии, о которых я вам говорил, которые сейчас находятся на пике и которые больше всего дают. Это автономные агенты, вот красным обведено. Это промпт-инжиниринг, это генеративный искусственный интеллект. То есть это технологии, которые сейчас на пике. От них больше всего ожидали. И поэтому я бы на вашем месте, ну, по крайней мере, если хоть как-то это вас может зацепить, то я бы смотрел сюда. Притом, посмотрите, по этим всем технологиям говорится, что они выйдут на плато продуктивности. А что это означает? Это означает, когда эти технологии уже будут просто использовать все. Вот как знаете, я помню, когда только появился интернет, в газете «Маклер» были такие объявления: «Ищу в интернете, помогу вам найти что-то в интернете». Так вот сейчас иногда там ищу, ну сейчас вот курсы проводятся, я провожу, как работать с искусственным интеллектом. Так вот, по их графикам, через 2-5 лет это просто будет базовое знание всех. Вот просто мы все будем уметь. Более того, мы часто будем использовать какие-нибудь сервисы, там внутри будет искусственный интеллект, а мы даже об этом подозревать не будем, он просто там уже есть. И, кстати, это сейчас уже происходит. Итак, ключевое слово «эффективность». Когда вы используете искусственный интеллект, вы себе должны задать один и тот же вопрос. Какой свой бизнес-процесс или какую я свою активность хочу, по ней я хочу увеличить свою эффективность. Все другие вопросы, они от лукавого. Вот это в среднем эффективность по типовой человеческой деятельности, в бизнесе. Да, там, вот, сделать презентацию, проанализировать конкурентов, подготовить описание вакансии, контент-план, сценарий, там, написать скрипт продаж и так далее. Посмотрите, везде кратная эффективность, просто кратная. Ну, понятно, после того, как вы научитесь этим пользоваться, но вы один раз научились, и смотрите, здесь нигде нет варианта, чтобы эффективность была меньше, чем в 2-3 раза. Нигде. Вот просто везде 5-6 такие, 4 часа, ну что-то такое. Поэтому в среднем, когда вы внедряете это в бизнесе, вот ту эффективность, которую я по своему бизнесу увидел, это 30%. То есть только за счет сервисов искусственного интеллекта у нас поднялась эффективность нашего бизнеса на 30%. Ну и последний слайд, который я вам хочу показать. Меня часто спрашивают, как начать использовать искусственный интеллект уже сейчас, особенно в бизнесе. Очень просто. Выделяете свои основные бизнес-процессы. Вот выделили. Они у всех типовые, но у кого-то, может быть, есть специальные. А дальше пишите запрос в Google. Best AI tools for sales, for marketing, for HR и бла-бла. И вам попадается огромное количество обзоров, где есть эти сервисы. Лень делать самим, наймите профессионалов, которые за вас, для вас подберут. Но вы можете сделать это и сами. Просто вы потратите больше времени, больше усилий, больше возможностей. Но принципиально вот все работают по этой схеме. Она простая, она доступна всем, вам уже даже завтра. Все, в принципе, это все, что я хотел сказать. Это ссылка на мой телеграм-канал, где я об этом постоянно, регулярно обсуждаю, так что можете зайти туда и читать об этом более подробно.
Спасибо большое. У нас есть вопросы.
Вячеслав, добрый день. Спасибо огромное, очень интересно. Мне тоже зовут Вячеслав. Мы с вами из мира IT, и как бы по сути дела это такая, давайте разделим работу на аналитическую, это вот все, что касается документов, систем, разработки, и механическую, то есть башмачник, там, условно говоря, мой отец там геодезист, то есть какая-то работа такая прикладная, которая на месте. какие ваши мысли по поводу развития этого направления, потому что мне кажется, что оно пока ограничивается лишь робототехникой и вот точностью, грубо говоря, регистрировки этой механической руки. То есть, да, мы пока говорим про документы, про данные, все понятно. Здесь все можно ускорить, водители, ну тоже, машины уже есть, электрические зиглы, да, как бы они нам помогают. Что будет с башмачниками? Что с ними будет?
Ну, смотрите, я бы разделил на две части. То есть, скажем так, шансы есть. Давайте я скажу по-другому. Как по-вашему, сколько каретных мастерских было в начале прошлого века в Европе? 10 тысяч. Знаете, сколько есть сейчас? 15. И у них очень хорошо дела идут. Да, они делают очень мало этих карет, потому что, но их заказывают, оказывается, и у них есть хорошо. Поэтому, когда мы говорим про какого-то эксклюзивного башмачника, у него все будет хорошо. Более того, то есть у него всегда будет своя небольшая ниша и все. Но у вас будет вопрос, а вы вот, если вы с нуля начинаете, а вы сможете попасть в эту нишу? Вы сможете там как-то с ней работать? Это большой вопрос. Хотя я знаю некоторых башмачников, которые уже в Midjourney рисуют модели. Вот они просто задают и говорят: клиент, ты такое хочешь или как ты хочешь, и так далее. Поэтому, да, искусственный интеллект на то, что делается руками, он в меньшей степени повлияет, но он немножко повлияет, но нужно понимать, что это нишевые вещи. И да, это клево, если вы нашли такую нишу, но не факт, что каждый из нас может эту нишу найти.
Thank you very much. One question from my part. So you've said that we will get more time and we will do these processes even quicker. So what we will do with our spare time? People, free time. What we will do with our free time?
Смотрите, вот я когда каждый раз говорю про эффективность, я говорю, что вы можете там делать все в 3 раза быстрее, у вас свободное время, либо вы можете делать в 3 раза больше. Вот лично мой выбор, я делаю в 3 раза больше. Мне настолько интересно все, и я хочу заниматься еще этим, и этим, и этим. Искусственный интеллект позволяет мне заниматься тем, чем я не могу заниматься. И это, конечно, большая проблема, то, что вы говорите, потому что действительно людей иногда, когда оставляют, дают им свободное время, они не умеют заниматься. Но мне кажется, что это надо учить еще в школе. Делать так, чтобы им всегда было интересно либо с собой, либо бесконечно познавать этот мир. Вообще, главное, что надо вкладывать в людей, это желание и умение бесконечно познавать этот бесконечный мир.
Thank you very much. So big applause to get started here. And let's invite our final, but not the least, Oksana Palaviciu. She's manager at FinTech Hub Moldova, the coordinator for Horizon Europe, where she leads projects that promote enterprise innovation and growth. So Oksana will share practical strategies for funding innovation using examples from her work. So welcome Oksana on this stage.
Thank you very much. Vyacheslav, thank you very much as well. I must confess, I also use AI in some of the activities I'm doing on my daily basis activities to increase effectiveness. Because as mentioned by Natalia, I do join few activities, and the AI tools and technologies are everywhere. But today we speak about Horizon Europe. What is Horizon Europe? Why do we speak about Horizon Europe? First of all, I must mention that the program is being implemented and presented in Moldova through the Horizon Europe office within the National Agency for Research and Development. And the program itself is here for investing and shaping our future. Whose futures? Moldova future and the future of SMEs. Of course, the program has a vision. The vision of the program is to tackle climate changes, to help overcome and go through the development goals and achieve the development goals, to support creation of better diffusion of innovation, of research, of development, and of course, face the Green Deal, face the climate changes, the digital changes, and also help supporting creation and maintaining of jobs. Because, as mentioned by previous speakers, we still remain with our needs, with challenges we have to overcome. Horizon Europe basically comes with several pillars, several activities to support academia, to support the ecosystem, to support the research and innovation ecosystem on the one hand, to support the SME ecosystem, to support support researchers and to help develop the innovation, to do the research, and then transitioning to scale up to businesses. Horizon Europe, of course, has a budget for all of the activities it plans to implement. It focuses on excellent science, on global challenges, innovative Europe, and widening part and era activities. Lesson learned. Well, if you'd ask me, is Horizon Europe something new because we've never heard about that? What's that? It's not something new. The Horizon Europe, as it is now, the program, comes as a follow-up to the previous programs to support innovation, to support research development, and even support innovation not only in academia, as we are usually thinking about, but also support in SMEs. So basically, the previous program was Horizon 2020, and we've had some lessons to learn, we've learned them. So basically, we understood that we must support breakthrough innovation, rationalize partnership landscape, reinforce openness, strengthen international cooperation, encourage participation, and create more impact through the programs and activities to be implemented. The Horizon Europe is focusing on three main activities. So basically, it focuses on science and technology, on society, and on economy. Today, we speak not about all of the activities. You saw, we have so many activities to be supported in the program. We'll speak about Pillar 3, which is coming about the innovative Europe. At the international level, the pool of innovators, the pool of researchers is very big, and they usually have a bigger support, they have more measures to support, and that's how we are willing to do in the Republic of Moldova. So basically, the Horizon Europe program is also available, and companies from Moldova already participated in this program. Academia and partnerships between academia and SMEs are also involved in these activities. When we speak about Pillar 3, which is basically aiming to support the entrepreneurship development, innovation, entrepreneurship development ecosystem, then we can speak about three sub-pillars, if we may say so. So basically, the first one is European Innovation Council, EEC, that supports startups, SMEs, and scale-ups, which have high risk, high impact through innovation, with particular focus on scaling up and game-changing solutions. Then we speak about the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, or EIT shortly, which strengthens Europe's innovation ability by empowering solutions to process global challenges and by nurturing entrepreneurial talent. And finally, we speak about the European Innovation Ecosystem, which focuses on building interconnections, inclusive innovation ecosystem that comes to national, regional, local initiatives, as well as underrepresented actors and territories. Yes, we support entrepreneurs, but we also have to think about the ecosystem that is here to support the entrepreneurs. Well, European Innovation Council is a kind of one-stop shop for entrepreneurs. That's why we speak about ecosystem, that's why we speak about programs to support upskilling, reskilling, to support development of ideas, to support implementation of ideas, and to support the scale-up of ideas. Along with the main priorities of the Pillar 3 of Innovating Europe, we have these 5 mission areas which cross-cut the activities of the programs, meaning that you may also apply consortia with academia for the other pillars of the program to enhance the ideas and to enhance the processes you already have. So basically, it's adaptation to climate change, including social transformation, it's cancer, healthy oceans, seas, coastal and inland waters, climate neutral and smart cities, soil health and food. You might ask me, but Moldova doesn't have everything. Why should we? But when we think about the ecosystem, when we think about cooperation and partnership, we think broadly. We think outside the box, outside Moldova. We think about partnerships with other European and other international countries. Basically, the EAC, you remember the first part of the pillar, basically EAC has relaunched on 26th of October the new call for proposal and program for 2025. Basically, you see the overall budget for 2025 is 300 million euros. EAC has several steps to support. So basically, the Pathfinder EAC is here to help to further develop the idea and to develop a viable product from the idea, from the innovation and research. As a program, it of course has priorities set for 2025. So here you see the priorities for the Pathfinder for the upcoming year. It's biotech for climate resilience crops and plant-based biomanufacturing. Generative AI-based agents to revolutionize medical diagnosis and treatment of cancer. Towards autonomous robot collective delivering collaborative tasks in dynamic, unstructured construction environments, waste-to-value devices, circular production of renewable fuels, chemicals and materials. As you see, this comes to tackle the development goals set for 2025, also the goals set by the national strategy, Moldova 2030. And if you look through the national policy, you'll also see these priorities set for the upcoming period. In between the EAC Pathfinder and the EAC acceleration, we have the EAC transitioning, which is helping to make this minimum viable product to one tested on the market. And then comes the EAC acceleration. The EAC acceleration comes for the acceleration of advanced materials development and upscaling along the value chain by technology-driven low-emission food and feed production systems. Generative AI for EU, creating European champions in generative AI. Innovative and space servicing operations, space-based robotics, and technologies for resilient EU space infrastructures and breakthrough innovations for future mobility. If you didn't find yourself in any of these priorities, and maybe you don't have an idea that might be developed and scaled up at international level, so maybe you should also think of the new approaches of making partnership, of coming with co-funding for some activities, or institutionalize your innovation, your research, your development. Don't be by your own. Create partnership, collaborate to develop the idea, the innovation, and make it scalable, make it increasingly, available for people that might use it, for the clients. I will not stop for this slide, but this is only to showcase you that within the program there are cross collaborations, different initiatives on different topics. So if you didn't find you in this EAC Pathfinder and acceleration topics, you might find yourself in collaboration with our programs, our sub-projects. The second part of the Pillar 3 was the EAT. So basically we speak about skills, we speak about ecosystem, we speak also about financial support to some of the measures, to develop the innovation products and services, to develop new ones, either to develop the existing ones and to make them more technologically advanced and more innovative. I will not stop here. It is just to showcase you the types of projects and activities under the EAT. So those are smaller projects for which Moldovan enterprises are eligible to apply. So basically one of them is the second open call for women-led deep tech startups. From the very name of the call you see this is an initiative to support women-led startups, to develop their innovation, to develop the deep tech under these companies. So the deadline is approaching, it's in December. They also have financing for developing this deep tech idea and support to access our venture capitals and to access our activities. So basically for this call call, for instance, I've been cooperating and working with the network of hubs in Moldova with programs like GCIP to support women-led in different areas, climate, environment, tech, non-tech, and so on. Another call you see here is the D2Excel scaling program. The D2Excel scaling program is also coming to cover several areas of activity, as you may see here. So basically, it's coming to support the supply chain and trade finance, sustainable mobility, renewable energy production, circular models for cities and regions, and AI-powered utility management for sustainable smart cities. Also, deadline is approaching, it's December. The EAT calls, despite, there's a difference with the EAC calls. The EAT calls, I usually have a shorter period of open proposal period. It's faster in activities, faster in implementation. On the other hand, it's for scaling ideas, supporting the ideas, and also having activities like mentoring, acceleration, and networking. So basically, those are the types of activities. The question is, but where you can find any of the calls? What is the source of information for you? So you may apply, you may access the participant portal of European Union. You may access the horizoneurope.org webpage to see more proposals, to approach us and ask questions. Either you have identified a call, you're not yet into AI tools to help you with understanding the calls, with helping you to write down the proposals. You may approach the agency, you may approach the Horizon Europe office for more details and for inquiring information sessions on different topics if you're interested in. So basically, because I'm the last of the presenters, I will stop here because we've had 2 full days of activities and information. But you may approach us after the event and we may have a conversation. So, Natalia?
Thank you very much, Oksana. So, do we have some questions in the room? Either everything is clear or not. There is only 2 options. So, how actually, one question from my part, how can companies best position themselves to attract funding from European projects?
I'd like to mention here, because specifically when we talk about big programs, big innovation, our enterprises many times don't really believe in themselves. But I may say that we have brilliant ideas. Companies with brilliant potential and capacities, they just have to start, have to go step by step with implementing their ideas. Financing is always a problem for enterprises to develop a product, to test a product, to scale up, and even knowing how to use, the existing databases, existing ecosystem, either it's local or international, how they can cooperate with the academia in Moldova, because they also have support activities from the national agency, from the state budget activities. So basically, what I recommend to enterprises is not necessarily look directly into a specific program, but also broaden and see through the cooperation, maybe they should first apply to national programs to support research, development, technology transfer and innovation, and then as a next step go to the European Union programs. Of course, if they need any consultancy, they can approach the Horizon Europe office.
Thank you very much, Oksana. So, any more questions? So, if not, thank you very much. So, for accepting our invitation here and for sharing your expertise. So, as we wrap our afternoon sessions, we've explored powerful ideas and shaping the future future of the industries and organization. A few key takeaways stand out. First, technology like AI and blockchain is more than a tool. It's transforming actually how we work, govern, and innovate. Second, adapting to change requires a mix of creativity, collaboration, and clear strategies. And finally, funding and support system play a crucial role in this development. So these sessions reminded us that actually innovation and development is still on, and we have to follow it, and this is part of our daily life. So as one of our key speakers said that we have to learn about these AI tools. Yes, we learn. You prove that by coming here that actually you are interested and you are looking for learning more about AI, data governance, and everything that not only future brings but already present brings to us. So thank you very much. By this I'm saying that the forum came to the end. So hope to see you soon next year when we will promise to continue our insights and experience sharing. Goodbye.